To order after the nighttime recess.
Wonderful.
Turn it back to you.
Thank you, Mayor, and good morning to all of you. I hope you all had restful evenings. We enjoyed a lovely drive in the sunset last night, and then a beautiful morning this morning too, which hopefully we will get a little chance to step out in the hallway and maybe even use some of the space outside today because it is such a beautiful day. I trust that you all had good evenings and maybe had an opportunity to reflect a little bit on what you heard from each other yesterday. And so as we get started today, I'll just remind you a little bit about where we're going for the rest of the day. We are here until 2 o'clock. In terms of our agenda, what you see on the screen is you all did a lot yesterday. You spent some time hearing from each other about a little bit about your own backgrounds and what brought you to this place, to today, not just to Charlottesville, but to the roles that you all play in this community. You spent a little bit of time playing with stickers and understanding the different roles of a governing body that you all have the opportunity to play. You get to flex different muscles as you work together as a body to lead the organization, to set policy, and to reflect the community's needs. We talked a bit about the overall strategic planning process and then shared with you a lot of information that you already know because you live it here in this community about what is true today about Charlottesville. We also talked about how the strategic planning process is really answering 3 key questions. What do you know to be true today? What do you hope will be true in the future? And I think most importantly, how are you going to get there? How are you going to put the action behind the where so that you ensure that the organization is clearly aligned with that direction and has plans in place to make that vision that you all set a reality? And so we ended last night, we asked you to do a little bit of visioning, to reflect on where this community is today and where you hope it will be in 10 years. And we'll talk about that in just a moment. In terms of what we're going to spend really all of today on is really beginning to put more meat to the bones on a vision. You all talked about some things, I think, that start to get into that vision territory, vision definition. And then really focusing on your strategic outcome areas. Those key things that must go well in this community in order for that vision to be realized. Spoiler alert, we're going to break you up into some groups in a little while and have you work in smaller groups. The nice thing about having staff here is that you can phone a friend and have staff help you in some of the work that we are going to ask each of the elected officials to do in really putting some definitions around those strategic outcome areas. We'll explain all that in a moment, but the idea is that at the end of the day today, when we leave here by 2 o'clock, you will have a good outline for a vision statement, as well as those strategic outcome areas and definitions around those strategic outcome areas, those things that must go well in order for that vision to be realized. It sounds simple when I say it like that, but I know there's a lot that will go into each of those elements of your strategic plan framework. We will not make any final decisions today. This is an opportunity to get a good framework, a good skeleton together for each of those elements, but we also want to give you some time to reflect on it before you finalize it. I always think it's great to have a good draft, but then be able to sit with it a little bit to make sure that it truly reflects your priorities as we move forward. So again, that's a little bit of an outline. We will, as we did yesterday, take breaks. Ashley promises me that she will make sure that you are fully fed. Again, I remind you of the norms that we talked about yesterday. I think you all did a wonderful job, of course, of doing that, of listening to each other, of reflecting on what you heard from each other, and then identifying those places where you have some common agreement about the future of this community. We'll spend a lot of time today focusing on that as well. As I said, we will take breaks during our time together, but certainly, as I said, the building is ours. Feel free to get up and move around. We will, as I mentioned, work in groups, so you will have the opportunity. There are refreshments out there, so please don't hesitate. This is your time. We want you to be comfortable and enjoy being together in the more informal setting. So that's our plan for today. Any questions about that before we get started? Okay, great. So what I would like to do now is ask you a little bit about, I think sometimes when I was telling the city manager last night, I really like the opportunity to have a few hours on day one and then a night and then come back on day two, because if you're like me, all those thoughts and ideas percolate in my head overnight. And it gives me an opportunity to reflect on what I've heard the previous day, and I hope that's true for you all as well. And so as we begin today, I want to ask you, when you think about the conversations that you all had yesterday, are there things that resonated with you that you think could be a baseline for your future vision for this community? Are there things that you heard that you would really hope would be incorporated into a vision for Charlottesville?
One of the things that I got, I think, from everyone is that we really want to value and include those in our community without as many means as others, financial, material, whatever, that we value those, and we want, as Charlottesville moves forward, we want to bring them along too, and to kind of create an environment and support for those efforts.
Yeah, and I would agree with that, and that kind of being part of like Charlottesville creating a new narrative beyond the one that's been kind of, in a lot of ways, defined for us the past few years.
But really mean what we say. Mr. Rogers yesterday said, after listening to everything, it was clear to him that we believe Charlottesville cares. Mm-hmm. And so if we ascribe to Charlottesville cares, which I do, or Seaville cares, whichever you prefer, we've got to live up to that.
Demonstrate it with action.
And action may take many different forms.
I think this is a nod back to the current statement. Being one community, I think the notion of some sort of unity or integration and more community itself means kind of a shared, joint, common life. Yeah, I think everything these fellows just said, just these two fellows and one lady just mentioned for sure, but I think we also don't need to lose sight of the fact, sorry, coffee's still kicking in, that we are one community, and we are a community that has all these needs. We're also a community that has some things that are really in our favor, like having a world-class university here, having a well-educated populace. So I think we also need to somehow include that side of the equation, because we're speaking about the entire city and everyone that lives here, and folks who would look at us from the outside. I don't know if that makes any sense.
So Ryan, how would you propose to do that?
Propose to put that in words,
No.
or propose to...
How would you propose to make those two be the globe or be the circle because of the divide?
Yeah.
And I mean, I'm not asking you to tell us now, but
No, I heard it.
I think that that's an admirable thing, I think that's what everyone in this room would like, but it's here. And if we want to go like this, then we need to think about what goes in the middle
Yeah.
in order to get us there. And I think that's something that I would like to see, but that's something that I think we all need to hear in addition to staff, and not picking on any one particular person, but Misty and Marianne and Chrissy, because of the work that they do.
Yeah.
You know, it's gonna take money, it's gonna take ingenuity to bring people here, but then the population of people that Missy and I predominantly work with do not have, they live within the city limits because, and it may be because of social services, it may be because of that's where they've been, and so it's a generational thing. It may be because that's where Section 8 housing is or the vouchers are, but they don't think well of the place that you and I work. Our employer is not a good place.
Yeah, and I completely agree with everything you're saying. I think it's part of the story that we have to tell, but it's not all of the story that we have to tell. And I think you're right, the sort of integration piece, how we connect is important. I mean, I very much want City Council to represent a caring, proactively caring, thoughtful, compassionate city government. But at the same time, I also want us to be a place that celebrates the arts, celebrates the fact that we have a high educational attainment. We want everyone to be brought into that. It celebrates things like Tom Tom or other kinds of citywide sort of things that we're known for as excellences. So I think, I'm just simply saying that as we move forward, these things, these compassionate values that we have and the focus that we have on those who are struggling needs to be central and crucial, but it's part of a larger story about operating a city that's within a larger region.
So this goes back,
I think the thing we have to be very conscious of is depending on how you do it. I think a lot of people read presenting that kind of narrative as papering over reality. Even if that's not the intention, a lot of people will read it and see it and hear it that way.
I think a lot of people will, but I don't think everyone will. I'm not sure that the majority of people will.
I think it might be about 50% of this.
this to me is where, if you recall yesterday, I talked about one of the norms of remembering the power of and. That what I hear you saying is
Yeah, exactly.
Charlottesville has some significant assets, and not in spite of, but and it also has a significant portion of its population that doesn't feel engaged, or isn't, not even feel, but isn't able to access some of those significant attributes or amenities or opportunities that this community has. So it's not that those things are, I think as Michael said, not trying to cover that up, but to recognize that you have some things to build upon and you have significant gaps that need to be addressed.
And I don't know how many of you remember, maybe Juan and Lloyd might, the originator of Tom Tom ran for city council and didn't win. And when Tom Tom first came out, it was not very well received. But I believe that this year, and I think maybe because Paul understood here what he wanted to do, but trying to carry it out might have been a little more challenging than he and his team had anticipated. But I think this year's Tom Tom Festival probably got closer to what the initial vision was in the brain. You know, you have an idea and you put it on paper and you carry it out. It's like, that's not really what I meant. This is what I meant. And so now that he's at this point, I felt personally that this year's was more representative of what he was trying to do, or what his original thought was, but it was definitely more inclusive.
And I'll say this from having chatted with him. He has, one of the things I admire about him is that he's taken on feedback and critique and said, even though this may not be your intent or your intentions may be good, this is the actual impact. And, you know, I feel like he's listened. I know we don't need to spend our time talking about Tom Tom. It's just kind of a good example of this confluence or sort of adjacencies of some really amazing people coming from all over the world to come to this event. And, you know, thought leaders, an overused word, coming to speak and say what's happening in other cities in the middle of a place that's got the issues that we have. And so I do think that that there's been, I'll call it, growth with that festival, just like there's been growth with me. I mean, a few years ago, I would have thought that everything was everything. I'm from a southern town, so I understand. I remember as a child driving to church across town, and we'd have to row upon row of public housing, you know. So I've seen that, and I was aware of it sort of at an intellectual level, but it's taken growth. It's taken people talking with me. It's taken some level of humility, I guess, to be able to. And so I think the and is an important part here. I don't think how we do that is going to be critical. It can't just be kind of glommed together, but something about, you know, I like the narrative you talked about, Michael, understanding our past story and understand that we're coming to terms with that and trying to build toward a future that we can all agree on and all find value in.
The conversation with Paul Beyer when he came to the city looking for support for Tom Tom was, first off, you know, there was a perspective that even on some of my staff that questioned whether previous Tom Toms had been as inclusive as they should be. And as I thought about it through the process, in fact, when I called Paul and said, look, you know, the city will sponsor the block party, but these are our terms in terms of outreach, inclusiveness. It's got to be different. And he took on that challenge, and I think met it, and I think he will do more. But that's the kind of thing where when the government has a goal to include everybody, you just can't talk about it. You've got to really be about it and be intentional. So when we talk about building on the assets of a highly educated community, the question is, what are we going to do as a government to build partnerships that helps bring the rest of the population along? You know, what are we doing in terms of internships that are provided to young people in public housing to help them learn how to enter the workforce and therefore have a shot at changing the trajectory of their lives? You know, what are we doing about workforce development to help people develop skills that will lead them to higher paying jobs and therefore change their lives? I mean, it's specific things and strategies that we have to look at, like Michael, you've spoken of the wealth gap in the community, and it's there. I mean, you know, the evidence is there. At 23% of our community listed as being below the poverty line. What do we want to do to change that? And over what period of time are we going to try to make an impact on changing that? It's about moving people from where they are now to a higher place. And we've got to define the pathway and the resources needed to do it.
But we also have to have the patience,
Sure.
and we have to have the education. Because people don't know, even us, we don't know what we don't know. And when you have been marginalized for whatever reason, regardless of the color of your skin, there is an education that goes along with bringing them along. At one point, we were the only Upward Bound program in the country that had every ethnicity represented. So everyone in there looked like various ones of us in this room. They all, the one thing they had in common was the income levels that the program said you must meet. No matter what you do with the children, you're not educating the people that they live with, whether it's the parents, the legal guardians, or whoever is identified. Then all the work you do here goes for naught, because I'm going home with you all, and this is what we do, and I'm going to go along. So it's not only the education of the younger people, but it's the education of the people that we want to be in the workforce, that we want to come along with us. So it to me, will be incremental. We just have to develop the strategies or the pathway to get them there. Because some people just feel this is my lot in life, and I just deserve to be here. Well, all right, if you think this is your lot in life, and you deserve to be here, you don't have to be in a substandard job. You don't have to be in a substandard living situation. My grandmother lived in a neighborhood where people owned their own homes. There were people in the neighborhood that rented the homes or rented the duplexes, and she lived in a major metropolitan area in this country. But everyone in that neighborhood took pride in where they lived. And so we have to instill a sense of pride. And if the individuals have pride, then we need to hear them and see what that pride is and listen to them and not be afraid to go to place A, B, C, or D because we live in X, Y, and Z. And I think that we need to do that. We really do. And one of the things Lloyd pointed out to me when we had a conversation, he says, you know, I said, I didn't know that was there. Well, you need to go there. Oh, okay. So I drove there, and I was like, oh, okay. But we need to get out there so that we know where different places are, because I thought where Lloyd and I was talking about was maybe county. He said, no, part of it is city, part of it is county. So I got in my car one day, and I kind of drove around. I said, oh. And so, you know, maybe do a walking tour to some of the places, or just on your own, get in your car one day and just drive and see. But that was very helpful because he was trying to explain to me something about our modules that we won't take up time on. But I did do the drive-by, Lloyd, and I figured out, you know, what people were trying to say.
So let me ask then, are there other reflections that you all want to share that you think are important to include in your vision, based on what you heard yesterday?
One thing that struck me yesterday was that there's some of the things that we were talking about, what the city might be doing, that represent extensions from what we're already doing, perhaps more of what we're already doing, or maybe doing it a little bit differently, taking a little bit of a different turn with it. And there's some other things that we were talking about that would represent at least a 90-degree turn from what we're currently doing. And some of these things we've talked about among us in the last few months, so it's not new, but for example, to talk about a significantly greater interest in workforce development. That's not just a 10-degree shift, that's going to be more like a 90-degree shift. To talk about a different kind of transit system, for example. We know, we've talked a little bit about that, we know we're probably 5 years away from realizing much of anything, but when that comes, that's going to be, first of all, a huge investment in money, but it's also going to enable a very significant difference in our, in the way we can organize the city physically, where people can live, how they can get to work, and that would represent, again, a fairly significant change. And so, my thought on it all was that we can probably do quite a few things that represent a slight shift from what we're doing. But I think we have to be careful not to try to undertake too many 90-degree turns at the same time. And we need to figure out which things are going to be the kinds of big changes like that, the 90-degree changes, and ration them a little bit. Let's not do them all tomorrow, but let's plan for how we're going to do them over the next 5 to 10 years.
I think about some of the things that you all said yesterday about prioritization. And there are an infinite number of needs that you could go around and identify. But to the mayor's point, and some of what you all talked about yesterday, you have capacity issues, financial and human capacity issues. And so doing a little bit on a lot of things will have a very different impact than doing a lot on a little or fewer. And so I think that's an important conversation for you all to have as you begin to articulate what your focus areas are going to be. Certainly, as you talked about some of the constraints that the organization has in terms of vacancies and capacity and the high expectations that this community has. It doesn't mean that you should put those things to the side, but it does mean that you need to, as the mayor said, really focus on those things that you think are going to have the most significant impact. And that I think it's always important not to lose sight of the bigger picture, but also to set yourself up for some successes too, so that you can ensure that you see results from that prioritized identification of needs.
I agree, and I think it's our duty as counselors to get the balance, because what Lloyd just said about not taking on too much, you have to wait. When I talk to certain populations in Charlottesville, they said that we have been waiting. We've been in line and we have gotten shafted. We haven't gotten it. And so it's our duty as counselors to understand our capacity and say, we understand that, and that's why we're making the changes, trying to put more affordable housing. But I can't say, we can't use language like Lloyd did and say, we have to, and I hope that this helps with us to say, this is what we want to do as a city. We understand where you are, but because of many people of color in Charlottesville, just an example, we think about the housing, different opportunities that many of them, they got bad credit, many of them, because UVA put up, what is the legal thing that you're doing? Liens and garnishes and things like that, because they couldn't pay their hospital bill. And then when they tried to get a house or a car, a decent thing, it was high, but then they see some newcomers in the community, because they don't have a credit history or whatever, they're able to get it, just almost leapfrog them ahead to get it. And man, they're all citizens of Charlottesville, love them, but someone who's been waiting in a line grinded for years, it hurts. It hurts, and they don't want to hear, wait. So, but we can't do it all. We have to understand our tax, we can't, we've been fortunate the last few years, but I know that in future, it's going to be just the opposite. We have to understand that. So anyway, that's our duty as counselors, to be able to explain that and understand where the different positions of our residents are coming from. It's a lot going on in 10 square miles of Charlotte. It's a lot going on. So.
And a lot of urgency for those folks, for a lot of folks in this community. That sense of urgency is heightened. Sure.
Connected to that, I think it's important for us to not ever be scared to preemptively not say or outline what we know needs to happen ultimately, but also be honest about how do you reverse engineer what investments do you actually need to achieve that. But in hearing Juan, and I believe this as well, we can't be afraid to just take off the table discussing certain things, even if the money or staff right now is not there to actually fully implement it.
But be able to explain it, Michael. You may want to do a certain thing, and council may say we're going to do a certain thing, but explaining to the people that may be beneficiaries of the certain thing that it doesn't happen tomorrow because we say it today.
Right.
Like Juan said, there's a process. And I think many people, regardless of their educational background, do not understand the process. And just because I have a terminal degree doesn't mean I understand the process. I think because, my house is valued at $1 million or $2 million and I'm, whoever I am, then it's going to happen. No, it's not. There are policies and procedures that have been put in place. There are rules and regulations that have been put in place. And everybody has to follow the rules. And I know there are people that feel they're jumped over and overlooked, but they have to know what the rules and regulations are, just like the people that live in the $1 million plus homes have to understand what the, rules and regulations are and how we get there. So it's a complete education for everybody.
So at the end of yesterday, as you all left, we asked you to reflect on a couple of questions. Specifically, what is true today about this community that you hope will still be true in 10 years? And also, what's not true today that you hope will be true in 10 years, that you want to create in the next 10 years or see? And somebody said, I forget, maybe it was somebody in staff or one of you all said, what do you want the headline, I think it was Ashley said, what do you want the headline to be, the top of the fold in 10 years? And so what I want to do now is just share with you what those stickies were that you all wrote, because I'm not sure that you all had an opportunity to read those. And to share with you also that after you all put those stickies up, our team kind of went through and read them, and thank you all very much for being legible, because we didn't have to make up any words. We do have a couple of questions about a couple of them. Yes, we got the language decoder rings where you're able to know how to decipher. We put some like ideas into categories, or we put them together. This is our interpretation, and so this is for you to help us to make sure that these are the right categories. Ultimately, as we group these like ideas together, you will develop what your focus areas are. To the point we were just making about where do you want to put your energy, and energy can be people and money and time, where do you want to put your energy given this conversation you've had around your future vision for this community? So I'm going to share that with you, but please know that this is draft and you all can help us make the changes, because you may have had something else in mind when you wrote that sticky note. So there is a category or a group of stickies. Some of these, if you recall, the pink are the true today, what you currently have in this community, and then the blues were what you don't have right now that you hope to create. there are a number of stickies here that I think relate to the concept of equity and inclusion, creating that sense, that defining equity and creating a more inclusive community. And they are, and I'll read these off, diversity, tolerant, open-hearted populace, welcoming to different cultures. Marginalized communities are integrated within the larger whole. Residents in low-density areas will welcome more neighbors. We've defined equity. Charlottesville has a national reputation for a place that has and can overcome past injustices. I have maybe a grouping here around diversity, inclusion, equity. I'm not sure what you all would want to call it. The next one, we'll come back to these, but I want you to hear them all first. The next one could be something related to UVA or education, or maybe even partnerships. Good reputation or good relationship with UVA. UVA thriving, high education attainment. Residents still support spending for schools and affordable housing. We have another affordable housing category. UVA pays property tax. Achievement gap in schools shrinks to 0. Achievement gap is reduced. Something about education, I would say, education or relationship with UVA. Then the next category or grouping of ideas here relates to what we would call maybe something along the lines of service delivery or organizational excellence, specifically related to the city organization. Dedicated staff, vacancies filled, social services and human services still great, financially stable. The next grouping, I would say, is something related to open space and arts and culture. Urban gardens, recreational environmental opportunities, cultural enrichment opportunities, green space maintained. This one perhaps is about, this next grouping, about neighborhoods maybe, but this could go in other areas too. Different neighborhoods. Neighborhoods are more diverse and interconnected, and the corner, DTM, VRSC are thriving. Does somebody know what VRSC means?
Barracks Road Shopping Center.
Thank you. And DTM is
Downtown
downtown. And then we learned what the corner was. Not that we went there last night, but we heard about the corner. And then this next group is about economic prosperity, individual prosperity of some sort. Developing a middle class within our city. Economic development plan includes community wealth building strategies. Wealth and income gap reduced. African American HC debt free. I'm not sure if I wrote that.
Heritage Center.
Thank you, Heritage, okay. Strong nonprofit community, CAYIP, which I think we learned is an internship program directed towards, is it high schoolers?
Okay.
They're 14 to 24.
Another category of ideas around transportation and transit. Easy access around the city. Several cheap transportation options. Efficient public transportation. Usable, reliable transit system. And then another category around housing. People can afford a home, place to live, no unhoused, many housing options, decent low-income housing. We will add at least 400 dwelling units a year for 10 years. So those are all the ones that we kind of grouped together in these categories. We did have one outlier by itself that was strong police community relations. Something about, and that could go under perhaps organizational excellence or something like that, service.
I'm surprised none of us put anything down about the environment or climate. Maybe that's just because it's sort of part of the background and context in anything we do going forward, but it seems like it's going to be something we're going to have to focus on a lot, whether we want to or not. I'm not suggesting you add it to the list, but
I think everyone agrees with that, but I will definitely agree with it in terms of like one of the things to see is, did we fully implement our climate action plan? And you talked about yesterday the issue of climate refugees, which if we think 30 years from now, I think will be a real thing from the coastal area that will be something that hopefully we're able to incorporate and play with.
Well, and maybe it's a value that transcends all of these categories in some way. We often see that because it's more than just a thing that you do, it's how you go about your business almost. When you look at this list and you reflect on the conversation you just had this morning about the future of this community, if these are the things that this organization and that you all as a governing body focus on, do you believe that vision will be realized?
can you say that one more time, please?
If this organization, this governing body, focuses on these things, will the vision that you all have for this community be realized?
I think so. I think that for the second bullet, that I think that we should include UVA. I'm not sure why, because that is a big part of that partnership there. And for me, I put down kind of, neighborhoods, because I'm thinking that we want to keep like 10th and Page and Fifield and Star Hill with that sense of history that they have, because right now they're getting, gentrified. Some believe it's going slowly, others believe it's faster, but it has to be addressed, or it won't. It'll still have that name, but it won't have the same sense of, what makes those neighborhoods special. And I just named those. Every neighborhood has its own kind of sense of community, but those are the ones that's probably most in danger.
I think it's achievable, but it's long range. And I think for everybody in this room, long range may be a different period of time. And they always talk about long range goals and short range goals. And if there's some things in there that are short range, I don't know if they are. But if there's some in there that are, we might look at one or two of the short range ones so that the electorate can see that we're moving toward the long range ones. But they all are doable, but over time. And so the issue becomes, what is over time? Is it 10 years? Is it 15 years?
Well, and I would encourage you to think about these as broad categories. This isn't action yet. You haven't gotten
Right.
to that action stage.
Right.
And you may have under these broad categories specific short-term actions that are doable within a 1 year or 2 year period, as well as some longer-term actions or strategies that may take 10 years. If your goal is to shrink the wealth gap, that's not a 1 year prospect. It's going to be, but you may have some action steps that you can take over time to help get you there. That's what you would need to fully define.
Excuse me, I'm going to ask something, and if it's going to take us into too large of a sidetrack, just stop me, all y'all can stop me. but I'm looking especially back here for some help. So equity and inclusion they're not just buzzwords. I mean, they mean something important. I think there's two risks with the notion of DEI. One is that it's become just buzzwords, and people want to, check boxes to say, "Oh, we've done that." On the other hand, from a completely different approach, an attack on the words at least, but also on, I think, the underlying values that we, at least in this room, share, which is sad and troubles me. But regardless, maybe equity and inclusion are still the right words, but I just wonder, do those words mean anything to us now, really? And if they do, that's great. But I wonder if there's some other words that might be better now, or not better, but different, or adjacent to these notions that help pull out what we really want to see happen in Charlottesville, regardless of what Fortune 50 companies are putting on their web pages, and regardless of what Richmond says is appropriate for us to be worried about, focused on. And I don't know, I'm just sort of putting that out there. May not need to do anything with it, but yes, ma'am.
Brian, I see it as JEDI, justice, equity, diversity, and inclusion. And if you take diversity, equity, and inclusion, and put it together, you're talking about justice. And justice not only for those people that are aggrieved, but justice for those people that are not. And if you look at it from a justice standpoint and what is right, because you're trying to right a wrong, but in righting that wrong, there may be people that have been affected that are not in that category. People talk about slavery all the time. People look like me owned slaves. That wasn't justice. But when you hear people talk about slavery, they talk about people that look like you and Lloyd because they were white men that owned slaves, but black people owned slaves too. So let's not get it twisted. So I think if we look at it from a justice standpoint, then what is justice for the individuals that we are talking about to right whatever we're trying to right? In my mind, that's the way I see it.
So Brian, what I would say with this is that I understand what you're saying, but I think that because in some sense words are cheap, but I think that what we can do as a board is we get down to it, we're going to say we're going to achieve this by assisting X amount of businesses. Like we're doing it, like the New Hill development that's going to help many new business, many of them business owners of color get their foot in the door. That is how we're able to show that. So I'm fine with the words for something like this. I don't want to kind of think of some new fancy smancy word. I'm fine with this, but we have to kind of put it into action, kind of when we get maybe, I don't know if it's going to be SMART goals or whatever, but put it into action. But for the big picture, I'm fine with that. But for the economic prosperity, I think that if we put down for our residents and city, because if the city is not prospering with, what I put down, the corner, the downtown mall, the Berkshire, our businesses where we are getting income, and we won't be able to do a lot of things. We have to support our businesses and make sure we have just a healthy economy so that we have the resources of a city to help with housing, to help with maybe some innovative transit type of thing. So we have to have a strong economy and city to do that. So.
In my mind, I think, I think the words are fine. In my mind, one of the most important things is defining the high-level benchmarks of success, or in my mind, that are connected to material reality. So there's something real impacting people's lives, and you can measure, are we going backwards, forwards, treading water? And in my mind, two of the biggest ones would be the wealth and income gap, as well as the achievement gap in our community. And if you could have those measurable, specific goals that kind of guides policy. At least that's how I've kind of thought about it, as well as incorporating economics, because I think so much comes down and connects to class and economics, and what are we doing there, what's happening there.
Michael gets the gold star for the morning because the next step that we're going to ask you to do is to spend time defining
Thanks, Michael.
We were going to do that regardless. But before we get there though, let me ask.
So do you feel like neighborhoods should be a separate bullet that's outdated from that? Neighborhoods, to me, kind of gets at, community and...
Yeah, based on the way that the discussion was happening, it sounded like we were broadening our concept of prosperity to include neighborhoods, businesses, residents, et cetera. So I was,
No, I agree.
I want to be careful because I do think this issue, I will just say, what I've heard you all talk a lot about is economic prosperity for the residents. That to Michael's point about the achievement gap and the income gap is clearly something that is prevalent among a lot of the conversation you had. And so I don't want to dilute that by adding too much to that broad category. I will just say that's a question that I would have for you all. As you think about actionable steps that you would take in each of these areas, how do you want to communicate out to the community what your focus areas, your priority focus areas are? Which leads me to two questions that I have for you now. Back to this list. Is there anything missing from this list that you think is critical for this organization and this governing body to focus on? And the second question, are there some categories here that are very similar that could be combined to the point of, as we talked earlier, about prioritization and not wanting to do too much? This is a pretty big, long list of a lot of really hard things. And it's not to say that any of these aren't important, but is there an opportunity to perhaps combine some of these categories, but still then maintain focus on those things that you think are most important?
Do you think that, I wonder if, again, just, this is me, trying to put things in the right buckets. Do we feel like housing should be under economic prosperity, or it's significant enough of an issue should be its own major bullet?
I had the same thought, because we spend a lot of our resources on affordable housing. But I think we have to ask ourselves the question, to what extent does that improve the prosperity of the beneficiaries? Keeping them the same, or are they moving ahead? I think prosperity, when we're trying to improve prosperity of citizens, it's about the wealth gap. How do you create additional wealth? And the principal way in this country has been through home ownership. So is there a portion of our resources that should be developed, devoted to home ownership assistance program for low-income communities? There's a whole lot that goes with that in terms of financial literacy, improving credit, etc. But is there a body of work on the city side, if we're talking about creating a middle class and creating wealth, that we should be focused on?
Which is in the affordable housing plan, and a lot of our investments has been home ownership. I mean, I still feel like it should be its own bullet because it's connected, but it's almost like Maslow's hierarchy of needs. I mean, you can't do any of that if you don't have a safe place to live. And right now, there are a lot of people in our community who don't even have that. And it's like, until you get that baseline, how do you even start to build? Although I agree, it has to be connected to that bigger vision of community personal wealth building and land trusts and other things that allow people to build wealth and move up, but I don't know, at least that's how I think about it.
Yeah, I can see it. It's such a big issue that it perhaps needs to be its own bullet, its own strategic outcome area. But I do think making sure we keep in mind that it is part of the larger question about wealth building.
But within housing, as Michael said, there's so many things that have to occur. I mean, not only do you want to improve where people live, but you have to improve their ability to do those things. We're talking home ownership, workforce development, so they can have a decent job that pays $21 to $25 an hour, if that's what it takes, and credit management and budgeting and all of those things. So to improve the housing situation so that I can have a decent place to live, once I have that place to live, I must be able to stay in that place. And so when you have the housing bucket, I think we have to make sure of all of the things that we have to do so that when I get the house, I can keep the house.
So
Because if I can't keep it, then why did I get it?
So let's keep it separate for now, separate from economic prosperity, knowing that there's a strong relationship between the two. So let me go back to the first question. Are there other categories here that you think have overlap or a lot of similarity that maybe should be condensed?
I think it's a pretty good list. I think the way we made the joints, so to speak, seems to fit reality in terms of how people think about the city and what we need to be doing for it.
Let me ask a question about the bullets 3 and 4. Oh, sorry. Service delivery, organizational excellence, recreation and amenities, arts and culture. Is there a correlation between those two that you would see?
I see them as different. I see number 3 is really focused on the organization, that it's world-class, gets stuff done, and number 4 is more like what we mentioned about TomTom or the parks,
Theater and things like that, so, yeah.
So then let me ask you about 5 and 9. Neighborhoods, sense of place, history. There was a sticky note that talked about police relations, the community relationship with the police department. However, I also heard what I would argue perhaps might be missing from this list that you all talked about yesterday was that community relations piece. There was the trust, rebuilding trust and engagement with the community. That wasn't in any of those sticky notes other than that police one. And I wonder if that's part of creating that sense of place and engagement with the community.
I mean, I definitely see that as different. I see that number 9 is vital. I think that Chief Conscious has really gone a long way in narrowing the relationship, particularly with the community of color. There's a big trust that went away after 2017, and it's going to take some time to build that up. And I think Chief Conscious has gone a long way in doing that. So I don't see.
So keep 9 specific about police and public safety,
Yeah.
not try to expand it to include.
So I'm not here I'm African American, but I'm not speaking for the entire community. I haven't spoken to every one of them, but I think that the community of color, that we have crime in our community and we want the police to be there. But that trust was broken, and so it takes time to build it back up, and that is done one interaction at a time.
I definitely agree, and I think in our community and country, police is just such a specific issue. You can't really collapse it into something else.
And that's what I wanted to hear you all articulate, just to be clear, because that could be a very broad category, but if you want to have action steps in number 9, it's going to lead with the relationship with the police department. So I think that's just important to articulate. And then maybe talk a little bit about number 5, neighborhood, sense of place, history. What does that look like? What does that encompass?
That there's certain neighborhoods in the community that have a history, a cultural history or a significant history, not looking at the negative things. There's a section called Fifeville. There's a section called Kellytown. There's another section that probably has another name. But because of the way gentrification is happening in the Star Hill neighborhood and the Fifeville neighborhood, pretty soon those neighborhoods will be eclipsed by other things. And so there's a historical context and a sense of place as it relates to those particular neighborhoods. And the people that live in those neighborhoods have a certain allegiance to where they live. And I don't think anyone in this room, I don't care whether you are an employee or an elected or appointed official, want to see those neighborhoods end up like Vinegar Hill. I just don't believe that. There's nothing in me that believes that. And that's why I think the neighborhood sense of place and history is important, and we must protect it. We don't have a choice.
Neighborhood identity.
Yep.
In a way, I see that is that it may be tied into our housing plan, because we just need to do what we can do to keep residents that are there now in there, whether it's tax abatement, whether it's, a case where some children are able to come back and buy a home in the neighborhood to kind of keep it, the sense, because someone who come in there and buy a house for $300,000 and tear it down and put up someone else and put up a much different house, they're not bad people. They have an opportunity. They want to come to this great city, and they sense, but we need to do what we can to try to preserve the neighborhood, the sense of neighborhood. So.
Yeah, I agree with all of that. I think the other piece of this is the fact that so many of the people who live here are renters. And so home ownership is a crucial part of this, but particularly with the zoning rewrite that's underway, I think people are going to have to reimagine what a neighborhood can be, and find, even if it's not a traditional notion of a neighborhood, where it's all houses that are all R1 zoned, and instead you've got sort of a patchwork quilt of higher density spaces, duplexes, quadplexes, or whatever. So I think there's a looking to the past when it comes to neighborhoods. That's important in terms of their history, particularly for the places that Leah just mentioned, that are under a lot of displacement pressure. But I think we're going to have to reimagine what neighborhood belonging looks like when we're talking about a zoning rewrite like what we're talking about. If you look at the future land use map, and I think that's what, for many people, I think the sense of fear that they have about that is they are going to lose their sense of place. But I'm hopeful that it can be transformed and not totally abandoned, but changed and evolving into something different that's still good. And so I do think neighborhoods are really going to be an important part of what we have to manage, particularly given this zoning rewrite that we're doing.
Let me now ask you about number 2. It's a broad category right now. Education, partnerships, achievement, UVA. What's the focus there?
I think there's two very different things in terms of education in our public schools, and then our relationship with UVA, I think, is just its own different beast.
So is the broad category education, and you may have initiatives around K through 12 education, as well as initiatives around your relationship with UVA?
Our relationship with UVA, the city government's relationship with UVA doesn't have very much to do with UVA as an educational institution.
Correct.
It has to do with UVA as the largest employer and not so much education. So when you lump those together in the same line, you're lumping things together that don't, at least in my mind, don't really go together.
Yeah, so should UVA go under economic prosperity as a large employer, or, and that way education is kind of a clearly defined thing?
Well, I mean, it's also, I shouldn't say it's only as UVA as the largest employer, but UVA as the largest influence on our land use. You know, bringing in the people who are forcing us to create new housing opportunities and that kind of thing. Bringing in perhaps people who want to have high-tech spin-offs on Preston Avenue or someplace. It's just a whole lot of things. But I put up there the fact that as one of my things that is true today that I hope will be true in 10 years, that our good relationship with UVA as being really almost an inchoate kind of thing. We're actually talking to them now when we weren't actually talking to them 5 years, 10 years ago. About and getting some meaningful communication about some of these things. So I actually got an answer for the first time in 40 years. I got an answer to the question of, do you have a plan for how much you intend to grow? And for the first time in 40 years, I got an answer. I can't tell you how relieving that is. It's so small, but it's
So
there.
significant. So and part of what I'm wondering, again, if number 6, if that economic prosperity is really about individual prosperity, I've also heard a lot of conversation around the role that education plays in prosperity, individual education. Do we need to separate out number 2, specifically call out a focus area on something like developing and maintaining partnership with UVA as a specific focus area, and then you have something else around education?
If I could offer, I'm sure I'm trying to wait and let it all happen, but I would say that what Mayor Snook just said, if you pulled out partnership and focused on collaboration or regional collaboration, what's missing is Albemarle County. And then they belong together in that particular aspect.
So it could be collaboration and partnerships, or collaboration with your regional partners that would include UVA County and others.
And others, yeah. I mean, for instance, to resolve the regional transportation issue, it's more than the county and UVA involved. There are other counties involved too. Yeah.
So then the last question I think I have, and Catherine will check me if there's something else that we need to talk about here, is number 11. Brian mentioned that as a consideration. You all talked about how that is certainly part of your conversations. Is that, should that be called out as a separate focus area?
I think it has to be.
We have a climate action
Right.
plan.
Yeah.
We got a plan with a specific goal of carbon neutrality by 2050, and that takes the entirety of city government and community to take.
Ms. Grant.
Anything else?
That's a lot.
It is a lot.
It is a lot.
It's a lot.
Seems like, though, every one of them is important.
Do you want to walk through?
Yeah, or do you want to do it first?
We'll give them the
Yeah.
assignment, and then we'll take a break. So you know what your assignment's going to be.
Yeah, and we'll kind of come back after the break to do this, but what we're going to be, sorry, I didn't actually change. What we're going to be doing after the break is working in small groups to actually start to draft what some of these things mean. You know, these words mean different things to different people, and what do they mean here? What do they mean for you? What is it that you all specifically are committing to do in these areas? What does success look like for you? And so we're going to have you break into 3 groups. One group is going to hopefully volunteer to take a stab at drafting a vision statement. But then also, you know, at this point we have 11 outcome areas. And so each group will be assigned some outcome areas to work on. And we'll spend some time figuring out first, what does that category need to be called? You know, for some of these, we have several words kind of up front. Are those the right words? Do we need to have other words that really reflect what it is that we're trying to achieve? And for some, we're probably pretty close. And so what does success look like in this area? So we'll spend a little bit of time with you all kind of drafting that. We do have some examples, so you can be kind of thinking through what format you might like, but one of the examples that we have is from a city. The area, they called it historical, equitable, and just. So the city acknowledges all elements of its history and recognizes that a better understanding of the collective past results in a more open and inclusive community. The city is committed to intentionally acknowledging, removing, and preventing barriers created by systemic and institutional injustice. Equity is considered as decisions are made and services are provided to the community. This is the sort of thing that we're asking you to give some thought to so that it's very clear what it is that we're trying to achieve and what's important to us. We have other examples that we can kind of go through, but after the break, we'll have you all give some thought to which ones you'd like to work on, and we'll split up from there.
So there's a vision statement.
There's a vision statement that's overarching for everything, and then it's almost small vision statements for each of these areas. Not small as in, you know, less, but they should all flow to the overarching community vision.
So we're going to divide the 6 of you up into pairs of 2. And this is the opportunity where you can phone a friend from staff that's here in the room to be part of your group to help you develop that mini vision statement. As you go off to your break, we'll ask for volunteers for who's really interested in doing that first draft of a vision. I mentioned earlier that the staff, when we met a couple of weeks ago with the staff leadership team, they took a stab at an organizational mission statement, sort of the purpose for why the organization exists, and values, organizational values, ways in which the behaviors that they expect the organization to behave when they're working with each other as well as with the community. And so I am going to ask for some volunteers from staff to work on refining that organizational mission and values that they will present back to you all before the end of the day today too. So that's sort of my note to staff, that you all will have some work to do when we come back from break, and you all may be tapped to be part of a group or one of these groups. Okay? So why don't we take go ahead.
Yeah, over the next 10 minutes or however long we take a break for, kind of look at these categories and what are some of the ones that you might like to work on.
And I think as we break into groups, I think I'm going to volunteer the city manager and the mayor to work together. And I think I will volunteer the vice mayor and Michael to work together as a team. And Brian and Ms. Prier to work together as a team. So you all can huddle and you know, the draft choice here, pick your categories, and if there's a group of you two that would really like to work on the vision, you all can take first draft.
So when we come back, we should get clarity on who's working on what.
Yep. Yes. each group will work on 4-ish things.
All right, so let's take, we'll take 10 minutes, because you all have some time. Move around. If you find a good spot outside, that's okay too.
I'm gonna rank categories.
Michael is not following the rules. Yep, I had to get one.
All right, so you have you know who your pairs are. And at this point, we have 12 things that we'd like to work on, which feels like a lot. Do we have a group that would like to first volunteer to work on the vision for the overall?
You
I
might have
love
to
the
make that
significant eye
assignment.
contact that's going on here. of like,
Me and the mayor.
all right, you got a group.
That's leadership.
My least favorite part of the entire operation.
Who put strategic visioning at the top of their role over there?
It was
Who
not
did
me.
not put wordsmithing at the top?
Hey, you know what, normally we do this after lunch, and wordsmithing after lunch is like everybody's favorite activity, especially to do as a group for a long period, so now it's after break. A little bit of break
I
time.
might take a crack at some ideas as well for that, but
Okay,
And just to be clear, you all will have an opportunity to review all of these. This is just to do a first stab at things.
okay, so first stab at the vision is going to be the mayor and the city manager. All right,
so you're looking for us to,
we are looking for your pairs to spend some time on 4 of these areas. So we've got 3 groups, we've got 12 things. Each of you will get 4 things to focus on.
Do we get to pick our 4 things?
That's what we're doing right now.
So Michael and I, one of ours will be number 10.
Okay.
Number, Michael, you can chime in. Number 3. You have any others?
Does anybody,
So we do how many?
4.
everybody gets 4.
I would maybe
what are-
7 and 8 in addition.
Okay, 10, 3, 7, and 8 are gonna be, okay, let me highlight those to get there.
Okay, Brian, we're gonna do 3 and 5. You got a problem with that?
Somebody already got 3.
Who?
And
Michael
Jeff-
Wong claimed that one.
What?
Somehow they decided they were going to claim all their 4 off
I
top.
know.
They got 4 first-round draft
That's
picks.
not,
We got the first round draft?
that's all right, Brian, we have the best team. Okay,
I guess, Neil, what do you say?
we can do 5. What do you think, Brian? Why?
Whatever you say, Leah, I'm with you.
Now pick one. Pick another
Well,
one.
these guys have got 4 too, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
Yeah.
they've already.
So recreation and amenities,
All right, pick another one, Brian.
I guess Jedi. I mean, I love Star Wars.
Okay, we can do that.
2.
All right, we gotta come up with 2 more,
Mayor, do you
Brian.
want
Brian, you want to do something else? What else do you
Others in
want
the
to do?
vision?
I suppose we've got the city manager, we ought to have 4.
Service delivery, right?
Boy, it seems
9
like,
and 11.
Which one?
I think you guys want 2, Brian and, yeah, you want 2, don't you?
Yes, Brian, we want 2.
okay.
We're going to take 9 and 11.
9 and up is fine.
Okay.
Okay, do we have 4 now? We have 3. We're good, Brian.
You also have neighborhood or neighborhood identity.
We do?
Yes.
No.
Okay, favorite identity.
I mean, I'm gonna give you all of the stickies, so if you all feel the need to do some quick trading, then whatever happens once the stickies come out is on you.
Oh, there's more stickies.
Well, so what we're going to be doing now, you all have, I'll keep this up so that you can
All right.
see, but for the moment, again, the assignment is to take each of these categories and first make sure that you're comfortable with the words up the top. So, you know, some of them, right now, we've got some just kind of brainstormed ideas for what the categories can be. We'll want you all to spend some time reflecting on what those category names should be. We'll also give you all of the True Today and True in 10 Years stickies, so you will have that information to draw from as you're working to create success statements for your 4 areas. So essentially what we're looking for is, what does success in this area look like here for Charlottesville? 5 years from now, 10 years from now, beyond, what is it that we're trying to achieve in this particular area? Oftentimes these are a sentence or 2. In some cases, it's easier to do bullets. we'll work with you all to make sure that the formatting is consistent. We'll make sure that it reads from one author, but we want to make sure that you all are able to capture the ideas that really define what success you're looking for over the next, specifically for this plan, 5 years and beyond. As Michelle said, if there are staff members that you feel like really need to be involved in the conversation or that you want to phone a friend with, feel free to rope them in, but I think we're going to give you all about an hour to work on your 4 things, and you can be in this room, you can be outside, we have the space, so.
Can you go back to the previous slide?
Absolutely. So I'm going to start bringing you all some sticky notes.
And it might be helpful if you put the names of the assignees
Yep.
on each one.
Can you do that?
We're blue, and Leah
Yeah.
and Brian are green, and then the other folks, Mike Lennon are
Hmm.
yellow.
Okay, all right, that's fine.
And so
Actually,
also
what's better
for
than
the
that?
vision, we will give you the discussion that we had.
One of you will need to be a scribe because we'll need to collect or at least be able to type up what you come up with. And do I have staff volunteers to work on the organizational initiative? I'll give, Sam's going to be the designee. He gets this one in front of him. This is what you all start right now. For you. So, and we'll, well, listed values. So these are.
So where do you want to work?
We'll go over there.
Happy to have sunshine.
I don't know, does he want to?
Where do you want to go, Leah?
You want to go on that?
Sure.
Or you want to go outside?
I'll do whatever you want.
Nice, comfortable chairs I've never seen. So,
You already got some in.
You're going outside.
Can you take a picture of what we're doing?
Okay.
Where are
So
you?
here, so we
Bring
can
your,
That would be great. I keep my
computer.
Michelle, go to the next one.
You may have to remind me.
which as Michelle said is in just a minute, is kind of go through group by group, and all we're going to do is kind of share what's been developed so far, and then as we do a working lunch, we'll start to kind of dig into what all of these look like. So, Mayor, I think that your slides are first. So, if you want to kind of share what was developed.
Well, the first thing I would say is that we decided that given vision statement, mission statement, all the other different statements we could make, that a vision statement should simply be as broad as possible. And in this case, we sort of brainstormed about a list of thriving people who work and live and play and do business and so on should thrive. And then we just decided, let's keep it simple.
Okay. So the vision that you all developed was to be a place where all can thrive. Okay. Like I said, we're going to have conversation around each of these, but we'll go through them first. So next area, you all want to talk about this one as well? All four of yours are together. So.
Well, this is mostly focused on the internal operation of government and the focus of providing well-trained staff to provide excellent service. And, across the presumption is to everyone playing into the vision statement. And to invest in leadership development, a well-funded pay scale that allows people to grow within the organization and make contributions, be creative, be innovative. All of that is
captured in.
Is captured in.
Okay. The next one that you all had was climate.
Well, I mean, the good news is here we've already got our mission statement in a sense, or at least our mission statement. I mean, that's the 2030, 2050 benchmarks. And so we really didn't spend a lot of time thinking about it. We've already adopted it as a group. I see no reason to change it. And we just want to be a leader in improving the environment through climate plan implementation. We've got the plan, let's do it.
So as far as what we're trying to achieve, that one is pretty well defined, and you all have already spent a lot of time and effort working on that area. All right, and then the last one that your group had was transportation.
Well, and this is also something where there's a much more detailed planning effort underway, which, without assuming too much, we figure within the next year or so, we will have a plan that will move us toward what I believe to be the proper goal for us, to be a reliable regional transportation system for everyone to access by choice. And one key word is transportation as opposed to simply transit. The transportation may include walking, it may include biking, it may include cars, but it would be by choice.
Okay, so those were your four areas. I believe that arts and culture is next. That was Leah and Brian. Okay, we'll start with you all. What was your discussion and what's your statement?
Well,
Well, what we did was we looked at all of the various things that came into each one of our categories, and we developed a statement accordingly. Right, Brian?
kind of brainstormed what we thought sort of fell out of, as it were, the sticky notes, and then we summed it up. So yeah, Charlottesville encourages and supports a wide range of recreation, arts, and cultural spaces. I didn't have that in programming, maybe you could take that out. And by spaces, I mean in the more broad metaphorical sense of places, programs, opportunities, And then, for example, we had youth programs, African American festival, film festivals, and so on. Those weren't meant to be definitive or listing every possibility out, but just to give some examples.
And did you all purposefully choose the title, Arts and Culture?
It was on the little yellow thing.
Okay.
Wait.
It was recreation.
It was on the thing. Wait.
On the
It was
thing.
recreation, amenities, arts, and culture.
And so I think the question is, what do you want that title to be?
I think recreation should be in there.
Yeah.
I don't think we need amenities.
No. Back at the table.
Okay?
Does that work for you? Do you want to put it in order or?
I think you could take out the
Yes.
word "and" maybe.
I think culture covers a lot, pretty much.
Yep. Yeah.
Yeah, the reason I say league recreation in there is it's such a Parks and Rec, and
Yeah, it has a specific kind of set of activities that is
Hiking.
associated with it.
By its nature, it means amenities and programming.
Yes.
Okay, the next one is education.
Okay, so that title was Education/Achievement, and we left it at education. Am I right, Brian?
I think so, yeah.
Yes. I'm back here at the table to make sure.
Charlottesville provides a broad and well-integrated set of educational opportunities to children, youth, and adults, ranging from early childhood and K through 12 through continuing career technical education and community college.
Okay. There's anything more what the acronym stands for, so okay. And neighborhood identity?
Charlottesville builds upon and towards so builds upon, comma, and towards, comma, a community of neighborhoods, each of which have distinct identities and which provide rich opportunities for living, recreating, and I would say commerce.
Yeah. That's what we had.
And I would say, comma, again at the end, or semicolon, to include homeowners, renters, and businesses. I could.
And then the last one for you is justice, equity, diversity, and inclusion.
And that was hard.
Charlottesville seeks justice for all its residents, endeavors to see each person in their full humanity, and proactively crafts its policies to reflect these truths. Well stated.
We worked on that one. It was hard. Do you want your stickies back?
No.
Oh. Here, Brian.
I'm good.
No, we need our notes.
Okay.
Yeah, in case we're challenged. We're prepared.
Thanks, David.
You're welcome. We're prepared.
We are.
Absolutely.
Right, we work hard here.
All right, and then the final group starts with partnerships.
The city, county, UVA, and other major community partners will meet annually or every 5 years to discuss growth, major projects, etc. Each promises to listen first and then make efforts to address negative impacts. And I guess one of the things we're trying to get at is with UVA and the county, the goal not being to just meet, but everyone actually listens and maybe will actually change their actions.
Public safety?
Realizing that public safety is paramount for all, every citizen will be treated with respect and dignity by police. The city government and residents will define community policing approach, and it will be implemented and updated biannually.
Economic prosperity.
Economic development will be the engine that drives prosperity in the city. Charlottesville will intentionally provide and create strategies for all of its citizens to benefit from our economic prosperity.
Okay. And then the last one is housing.
Charlottesville will define the right to housing as a human right and ensure that it be provided for all. There will be housing choices for resident mobility. Yeah, and I guess the point trying to be obviously very aspirational, but that, you know, we both seek to provide housing, but then also have a system where people also have choices and move up homeownership or move into different types of housing if they so choose, and kind of both together.
Okay. So at this point, oh, do you want to do the mission and the values too? Okay. Staff, who is your spokesperson for the mission and the values? I was just going to say, everybody is avoiding eye contact. Hopefully I can get one.
So we, for the mission, this is one that was worked on previously. The City of Charlottesville is a diverse and compassionate organization dedicated to providing excellence in public service for a resilient and sustainable community.
And keep in mind that when we talk about organizational mission, different from the vision for the full community, this is the purpose of essentially your city organization. So that statement, and the reason that your staff leadership develops it, is because that is how the organization will function, the ideal for how the organization will function.
So we did have a lot of discussion about the word resilient. I'm not sure we totally landed, but I think for now the consensus was, correct me if I'm wrong, you guys believe that word, but there were some discussions about that word.
Do you mind reading it one more time?
I don't know. The City of Charlottesville is a diverse and compassionate organization dedicated to providing excellence in public service for a resilient and sustainable community.
And then the values.
All right, there was vigorous discussion about multiple values. There's still some work to be done, but the ones we landed on are commitment, integrity, respect, innovation, and collaboration.
And again, as reminders, these are organizational values, not necessarily community values, although there's probably some overlap in what you value in your community. But these I always define as, these are the behaviors that you would expect your city employees to exhibit when they are interacting with each other and with the community.
I like it.
Well, at this point, you all have seen.
Was there a reason was there a reason that trust is not one of your values? Oh, it's a part of integrity. Thank you very much.
So at this point, you all have seen kind of where the first draft of the framework is going. I think that lunch is pretty much ready to go. So we'll go get lunch, we'll come back, we'll probably do a working lunch to talk through each of these and make sure that the words really reflect what it is that we want them to. That it's clear and concise and folks understand what it is that we're talking about in all of these areas. So let's take a little bit of a break to be able to go get lunch, and then we'll come back and start the discussion.
it, but it's a little sparse. Maybe we could say to be a place where all can thrive in a world-class sort of way.
Others? Thoughts on what you would change or modify? If anything?
Yeah, I mean, I'm fine with it. I think it's something that, well, we can all, at least I can remember, I can justify, and it's easy to work towards.
So I'm glad you're fine with it, but, you know, when my kids come home from school and I say, how was your day? The answer I always get is fine. It was fine.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Okay, fine. Do you want your vision to be, okay, fine?
So I guess I'm 57 years old, probably between school board and various nonprofits and work and everything, I may have done several hundred vision statements. It's going to take a hell of a lot to like, wow me. You know, and so, I mean, I don't know if it's one that's going to say, yes, that's us, and if it does, it's probably going to be too long to put your hand. So that's just me, you know.
How about, not that this adds anything material to it, but to be a place where all residents can flourish and thrive? Is that a little more, not that flourishing and thriving are any
I
different?
say, aside from adding 3 syllables, what does that accomplish for us?
He doesn't want it to sound flat. And you're a music person. He wants it
If you
to,
hit the note on the first try, you need to blow it a second time.
but I think what Brian is saying is, it's not that he doesn't like it, but he doesn't think it packs a punch. And he wants it to pack a punch.
Ernest Hemingway would say you don't need to add adjectives and adverbs.
I think it should be.
This particular amendment doesn't, but a prior suggestion had added a bunch of adverbs and so on, but I didn't think.
No, I mean, I think it should be succinct so that everybody knows what it is. And Charlottesville, a place where we can all thrive. You know, you can thrive, whoever you are, it doesn't matter.
What about to be a place where we all can thrive? How's that?
So we've
Where
added
we
we
all,
as opposed to you all.
Or y'all?
So, I mean, when I first looked at
All of us can
it,
thrive.
my thought was to say, well, we can live and thrive, but I think that Charlottesville is a place where many people come in to work and shop, and so that's why I didn't put any resident type of thing in there, so.
It
That's,
says it'd be a place where all of us
Come
can
in.
thrive. Would that personalize it a little more?
I think when you add those words of we, it does personalize it. The question is, does that resonate with you?
To be
And
a
I
place
think-
where all of us can thrive.
I don't like that. Oh,
we heard that.
Her inner monologue.
now it's on tape. Mr. Sanders, help me.
Can we just chat GPT to generate?
Yeah, you could chat GPT it, yeah.
Which one don't you like?
It was something when you said something, that was the last thing you said, and it's not up
Where
there.
all of us can thrive.
Yeah,
But what about the folks who don't feel like they're part of the us?
right.
Okay.
I like the we, but I think if you say something to the extent of where all of us can thrive, then the people who don't feel like they're in us,
Right.
it feels like it's
Sure.
almost an us versus them.
It becomes exclusionary.
Exactly.
To be a place where we can all thrive. How about that?
That's what it just says. To be a place where all can thrive. That's the same thing. It's the
He added
Is
proverbial-
flipping can at all?
And he added a "we" to make it more personal.
To be a place where we can all thrive.
I like to say, this is part of the strategic plan. I don't like wordsmithing, so I can tell you, not getting much fun out of me, because it's all sounding kind of the same to me,
We
but
told you we'd wait till after lunch to work.
yeah, that's good.
It's a good thing you did.
You did do it.
I think I still just like the first one, just because it's a little
Short.
cleaner.
Yeah.
It's short and sweet.
All right, well, let's go with it for now. Like I said, nothing's written in stone, and this will all come back to you, and you can sit on it, sit with it. The idea to be Charlottesville's vision is to be a place where all can thrive. So did I say that? Yeah, well, yeah.
Let's say
Can I
it
make an
again.
amendment, offer of an amendment? What if we took out the word can?
To be a place where all thrive.
I like that. Now, I like that.
Period. Just to be.
I like that.
I like
Place to
that,
be.
but I'm thinking that what if it was where everyone thrives?
Let me say that again.
To be a place where everyone thrives.
Has a little better flow to it.
Charlottesville's vision is to be a place where everyone thrives.
And just so I can comment a little bit on how we got to where we got to, the current vision is to be one community filled with opportunity. And at least one thought of the rhetoric around equity is that equity is not opportunity, which implies everybody has an equal chance of seeing the baseball game, whether you're 4 feet tall or 6 feet tall looking over the fence, but rather the sense that we have an equality of results, where everybody gets the same results, and that's not an opportunity question. So to make it everyone thrives as opposed to we can all thrive would seem to work more in that direction.
So you like that?
Sure. I accept it as a friendly amendment.
All right.
It's fine.
Okay.
We don't want to get too down in the weeds with that vision statement, because if it gets too heavy, then who wants to be here? I mean, a vision statement, when you're doing your PR campaigns and your marketing campaigns, if I lived in Kalamazoo, Michigan, oh, well, maybe I want to give Charlottesville a try. But if it's so, why should I go there? And we're trying to get away from the, right? Okay. All right. I just picked it. It could have been Jablip, Texas. I don't care.
All right, we're going to go with it for now. And now Catherine's going to move on to the outcome areas. Okay, so admittedly, this is a busy slide with a lot of words on it. These were all of the outcome area statements that you all had proposed. And so at this point, I think that we want to kind of go through each one and make sure that the language captures what it is that success looks like in this area. We don't need to, we will do some wordsmithing to make sure that everything sounds like it was written by one author and that they all have kind of consistent form. But what we want from you all is to make sure that it's clear to you what we're talking about. So what we're looking to achieve in this area, and that that we've had a conversation around whatever it is that is in here to make sure that there aren't things that are missing, or that we haven't kind of complicated things in a way that makes it unclear.
So I think that the first one should have something in there about, in addition to being well-trained, that they're well-compensated and happy, or morale is high, or something like that.
Something about fostering morale.
Just getting paid, wage,
concepts are included? Is this clear? Do you understand what it is that we're trying to achieve in this area? Organizational excellence, to provide a well-trained staff, to provide excellent service delivery. And do we like the title organizational excellence? Part of what we also need to do is make sure that
Sure.
we like the categories, because Julie's going to start using PEN, and we can digitally all do later, but
Yeah, I like that, organizational excellence.
okay. So we'll work in the concepts around compensation and fostering high morale for the organization, but we like the concepts of providing well-trained staff, excellent service delivery.
And then as part of it, is this later discussing how you measure these things as well?
Yeah,
Is that now or?
that is not this particular conversation. So, but that's an important piece of all of these, that there will have to be measurements and metrics that go, how do you know that you have high morale, well-trained, thriving staff, to use your word from the vision? But yeah, that'll come in later. Yep. Okay, any other comments on organizational excellence before we move on to the next one?
I think climate would be better to be climate resilience than just climate.
Okay, we'll move on to the next one. Climate resilience.
That's a suggestion.
How do we feel about the category name for the environment and climate?
Usually the notion of resilience in this setting means our ability to cope with threats, with flooding. And, I mean, the recent threat, whatever it was we just had a couple nights ago, the only real problem was flooding. I think we're less although we're concerned about that, what our climate action plan has been directed toward is frankly things that go beyond our borders. You know, Charlottesville, as Charlottesville, is not likely to be greatly adversely affected as the greenhouse gases rise, as the sea levels rise. But we have an obligation to the rest of the world to act now, or to act, or should have acted 10 years ago or 20 years ago. So I think putting the resilience kind of narrows the focus in a way that I'm not sure.
Okay, I can see that.
Is it responsibility? Environmental responsibility?
I think the word climate needs to be in there.
Adaptation.
Maybe just climate, just keep it climate. We all know what we mean by it.
Yeah. I guess maybe the language, like, just be explicit about, like, addressing, tackling climate change, rather than just, like, generally improving the environment. I don't know.
Do you feel like your climate plan does that?
Definitely, it's very
Okay.
explicit.
Yeah. Okay, so we need to keep the reference to the climate plan implementation.
Yeah, I think like Lloyd said, or it was Mr. Rogers said, our climate plan is pretty in-depth, and if we can do that,
It's very comprehensive.
And it states our goals in numeric fashion that we will measure.
Yep.
It does.
So is the title maybe climate action?
Yes, climate action.
Okay.
There you go.
We're rock and rolling. All right, anything else on climate action? Is there anything else that needs to be included in the statement? Is there anything that is missing that you all feel like is important to kind of call out at a high level to help people understand what it is we're trying to achieve? All right, once choice sold and on to transportation. So the statement here is transportation, to have a reliable regional transportation system for everyone to access by choice.
Yeah, I think the only thing I would add in there again is something to the effect of affordable or economical or cost effective or something. Because we could have a good transit service from here to Culpeper, but it could cost $50 a day, and it could be reliable, but we just need to make it affordable
So could you just say to have affordable, reliable, or reliable, affordable regional transportation system?
How about accessible? Would that cover financial piece as well?
No,
I think it does.
just because something's accessible doesn't mean that it's affordable.
If I got $5 in my pocket and the ticket is $10, it's not accessible to me.
Yeah, I guess I'm meaning accessible more than just like ADA type,
Yeah.
being able to access it. Which I think is what you're trying to get when you said access by choice, right?
Yes.
So do we like affordable there? Do we like reliable and accessible?
I mean, I see if you want to say to have a reliable,
Yeah, I mean.
We've already got the word access in
Yeah.
there. We've got twice access.
Access wasn't what I had in mind. I think that I had affordable economic.
Reliable and affordable?
That's what I thought.
that sounds fine.
And we just take out the parenthetical expression.
Yeah, the parentheticals at this point are notes for me to make sure that
Uh-huh.
when we go back and forth with it. And is transportation the category name? Do we need something around transportation or another word to go with it?
So, some places just use mobility, but, you know, it's
I think it's fine.
yeah.
Okay.
We can hop on the bus and go where we want to
The wheels on the bus go round and round.
go. Hop on the bus,
Can you
guys.
sing it for us?
Yeah. And in what key?
Whatever key you want.
Okay.
So Catherine's going to hit me. On transportation, it can be reliable, maybe you got this covered when you say by choice. It can be both. You can have a system that's reliable and affordable, but if it's not connected to where I live and work and where I want to go, then it can still be reliable and affordable, but not necessarily accessible to me.
I think that's the access by choice. is
That's
they're
what I was
trying to
wondering.
get at.
Okay. I withdraw my comment.
No, that's a good one.
And the general feeling is that this is taking a pretty broad look at transportation.
Yeah.
This includes kind of all of the different multimodal options, and
Yes.
the system is the broad system. Okay? So the next one, recreation, arts, culture.
Yeah, I came up with, I was the one who proposed the word spaces, but I think that might it be better to say a wide range of recreation, arts, and cultural opportunities and programming or something like that?
We had that in our notes, remember? But we felt we were using opportunity a lot, so we looked up different words. We didn't want to be redundant.
Well, thus far, that is the first time we will have used the word opportunity.
So claim it.
Yeah.
Take it now.
Right now.
And then edit it out of the next one.
Exactly.
So,
That's what happens when you're first.
I think that we had already kind of talked about the category heading, but recreation, arts, culture, or arts, culture, that is the heading that you all are good with? Okay. And Charlottesville encourages and supports a wide range of recreation, arts, and cultural opportunities and programming?
I think so.
Okay. That's kind of clear to everyone what it is that we're trying to accomplish, what we're trying to do, provide lots of different opportunities in these different areas. Okay. The next one is education. And this was Charlottesville provides a broad and well-integrated set of educational opportunities to children, youth, and adults ranging from early childhood to K-12 through CTE and community college. Is education the title? Is that the word?
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
I like that. I could tell we had someone that was on the school board who was trying to help with that one.
Someone who was on the school board, who was on the trustee board for the community college, who was on the foundation board for K-Tech. Yeah, it was a little education going on.
Just spell out the acronym so that it's clear for folks. Is there
conversation around this outcome area, what were perhaps some of the things that you talked about that the city can do in this category?
I think we talked about having more regular updates, like once a quarter with the school board, so that, you know, for me, I've only been here a year and close and a half, I guess, and feels like we talk with the city when they need stuff, which I can appreciate at budget time. But I think a more frequent, maybe quarterly sort of conversation with them about what's going on, what are they seeing, how might we be able to support them in the future, those kinds of things would help me so that I'm not talking to them only during budget season. And I think there's some very specific things that go along with this, which are funding the middle school renovation and then whatever we're going to do at Walker for pre-K programming.
And the $5 million that we're providing to the school board to acquire K-TEC.
We discussed that, you didn't give us a chance. So we discussed K-TEC and workforce development and how that played into economic development and entrepreneurship and things to encourage people to want to continue to live here.
And so my question is, as a city, as the governing body of the city, what is your jurisdiction in this area? I think it's asked a little differently. That while these may be incredibly important areas to focus on for the community, when you start to think about what you all as the governing body can do in this area, I want to make sure that we have a clear sense of what that is.
Yeah, for me, it's largely about money, funding these very large, $90 million project. Fortunately, we've got this amazing grant that just came through, but these are huge commitments for our community, and we're the ones ultimately who are paying for them. And then the same for funding school operations. So not at all ever wanting to sort of be in the weeds with their policies and so forth, but just have a sense of what's going on and what we can expect from during the budget season for the next year. Is that what you're asking?
I think so, and I think the distinction here is that you all are not the direct service providers of this.
Right.
You all are helping to support it. So this exists in this community, this level of education, and your role as a governing body is to help support it. Could be financially, could be through regular conversations and staying abreast of what the school board is doing. But you are not the people, you, and I'd say that collectively with staff, are not the people who are actually providing K through 12 education. And I just think that's an important distinction to make when you start thinking about what your impact is in this area.
I like the word supports, I guess.
And I think that's why we said supports, because the city government historically has been a great supporter of the city schools, and to that end, not only do they follow the formula, whatever the formula is, and you think after 16 years I know, but I don't, so don't ding me on this, Chrissy. But whatever the formula is, they have always supported from that formula and beyond. And being in the Commonwealth of Virginia, knowing the number of school districts in the Commonwealth, people are amazed that a city of our size takes such care and interest in our schools through financial support.
But to answer perhaps some of the background of your question, it seems to me there are two things that the city, as the city council does or should be doing. The first is that the workforce development discussion that is going to build off K-TEC is going to involve city funds and city programs and city committees and so on, in addition to K-TEC and the schools. And my sense of things has been that the workforce development program that I hope we will come out with, say in the next 6 months or so, would embrace K-Tech and the schools as a part of that. But it's not really just a matter of us supporting that. It is a matter of us incorporating them and K-Tech into a broader framework. The second thing is that as it relates to, for example, third grade reading scores or something like that, that we have to acknowledge that the kids who are taking those tests in the third grade at the schools are going back to, in many cases, homes that are not productive, and that our best answer to help them succeed in school is to do something better about the conditions at home. And whether that means providing tutoring programs in the evenings or after school or something other than the 8:30 to 3:30 time window, that's something the city can be doing as well.
And so I think you get to that when you said, when they said support, because there's a ton of those things already going on with different nonprofits in the community now. We don't need to reinvent it, but we can support them if they need.
And I was not disagreeing with this, but I was answering Michelle's question.
Well, and I do wonder if there's an opportunity in this language, because there's nothing in here, maybe career and, or maybe CTE, maybe community college, but I know that's not, you aren't the providers of community college, but you are supporting it. Is there something to say that your role is about supporting programming for workforce development? That's not in here. I don't see those words, but I heard you talk about that. So
Feels a little more like it could go under economic prosperity.
Although we got things garbled there because the subtext for economic prosperity is also the subtext for public safety.
So, yeah, sorry, I'll fix that. That was a copy paste error.
I think saying we support a broad and well-integrated, the integration piece here is important, set of opportunities for children. So to me, that's like saying we're doing all of these things. We're doing it in a way that's hopefully thoughtful and coordinated. I think we've said provides and you said supports, so that's great. I think that's a crucial switch. I don't know, I think it's
Now you've got the same text for partnerships as economic prosperity.
just working our way out.
Yeah, you know what?
So while she's doing that, let me ask, because we didn't do this on the other ones, how about, we haven't heard from staff. If staff have any comments about any of these areas so far that we haven't, that may be helpful for the counselors to hear.
I'll tell you, I'll speak up first. Education is bothering me as a standalone because it is not what we provide directly.
He didn't pay me to say what I did either.
And education for what we are doing and what the priorities appear to be from council's action is more appropriate, in my opinion, under the partnerships category. And it would then be highlighting that there needs to be a better collaboration, a better partnership between the city government and the city schools. So then you create what are the measurable items that can fall under that particular activity.
I can agree with that.
I see your point, but it just seems like such a crucial thing that we support that it should be called out and emphasized.
It's the largest piece of our budget.
It's the largest piece of our budget by far.
You know, some of the language that we were just using today, the workforce board that we have to sit on, we had our retreat for strategic planning Thursday, a few days ago. Thank you, Zena. And some of the same language that they were using here, that for them is a much region 9 and 10, that those localities, I was in the room with board of supervisor members from Culpeper and Madison, that they're saying that we need to support, education as far as workforce training, education type of thing. So, yeah, I mean, this is one of those things. I understand what Sam is saying, is that, this is one of those areas where we have partnerships in the community. We don't have Charlottesville Department of Education, per se. But I'm fine with, putting it, as long as we have it somewhere in there, the community, and we know that this is a big part of, really ties into economic prosperity, because education, kind of lifelong learning, kind of goes hand in hand. And so you make more money, maybe you get housing, and you feel more secure. It kind of goes a long way to support a lot of the things we have up there.
I was going to also echo what Sam had said about moving education under partnerships, because in the spaces where human services exists, education isn't just what happens in school. A lot of research is done about the benefits of out-of-school programming and how the wraparound services can support education. So we work, those are things that we are direct service providers of, but we also partner with other nonprofits to do the wraparound with what education is from a holistic standpoint. And then I was going to add the fact that I heard workforce development and internships as a way to both fit under education and economic prosperity. That hasn't been explicitly stated.
So let's ask that question. So there's,
My view is to keep it, I hear everything they're saying, and I respect it, but to me, it's not only what we're doing with the city schools, it's what we're doing with the community. I see that they're all partnerships, but it seems like such a big thing that we do, ensuring that our students are taken care of, that only considering, I say only with quotation marks.
well, let's maybe talk about, jump to the partnerships outcome area and hear the group that tackled partnerships, what you all talked about and what your thoughts are on how the education outcome area aligns or.
Yeah, I mean, it used to be the case that the city council appointed the school board, right? So it's kind of a weird thing. In a way, it is a partnership, but in another way, we fund their budget in a different way than like our partnership with PBCC, the community college.
But city council appoints the PBCC rep.
We don't fund their budget.
No, you don't.
In a way, in city schools, it's not a department of the city, but sometimes it feels like it, because when they come to us every year, we are very much involved in it. To me, it does not need to be, okay, we sign off on a blank check every year of what they say they need. It needs to be more of a discussion of why they say what they need, help us understand that, more of a conversation, I think, than I've seen it so far. And when you talk about these humongous projects that are on our CIP, city's CIPs, not on the school board CIP, to me, that's something the city has to like really be on top of. And to me, I don't see that as just a partnership. It is a partnership, but it's more than just like dealing with the county or with UVA. That's my view.
But school districts in the Commonwealth can't carry debt service, so that's
I understand all of that.
Right, so that's why that's another reason. That's another reason for you making your point. It's not like we live in New Jersey or Pennsylvania or Connecticut where there's an education fee for every resident, even if you rent. And those monies go towards maintaining the schools and the salaries and the this, that, and the third.
Were you going to say something?
I was just going to say, if you thought about it in a different way, other than the financial support, how would you measure the words there beyond a partnership?
Well, to me, it would be like holding the school board accountable. We're paying, we are the conduit between the citizens who pay their real estate tax and the money it takes to run the school board. So for me, part of it is, okay, I'm holding accountable is not the right word because they're elected by the citizens at large, but questioning, okay, you need this amount of money for this, this, and this. What is the return on that? I think we have a really important role in that. that conversation. So I don't know if that answers your question. but-
I was just going to say that I actually agree with the comments that my coworkers have made. To me, the line about education just tells me that the city can fund stuff for the schools. And that I don't know that it works too well unless you extend that description by explaining what a well-integrated set of educational opportunities is.
Yeah, well,
It's the measurement part, that's where your focus has to continue to be, because you're setting this as an outcome that you want to achieve, and you got to measure how you get there. And that's the part that it feels as though it's not necessarily standalone, because you don't have control over the outcome.
we
You have
may not have
certain
control.
activities that you're performing to support that outcome, but that outcome is actually within the school purview.
Or a different way to think about it, sir, is that kind of above the fold notion that I talk about often. What could your city staff in its current configuration do to achieve those? Other than really Misty's team, we don't have a lot with K through 12 with PBCC. We don't complement or provide programming for them, and nor could we necessarily tell Superintendent Gurley how to do his programming and his work. So as far as the deliverable for you, what could we, the people kind of sitting on the side for you, what could we do to help support that? Whereas kind of all of your, at least almost all of your other ones, there's something that your city staff can do to provide a measurable deliverable for you. Just another way to think about it.
Well, I think that you all have and do. We've got a whole team working on Buford Middle School.
That's an activity.
I understand that, but it's part of supporting these opportunities. I mean, that is like the biggest thing that we're doing in the city right now. So I understand what you're saying from like an operational perspective. It's hands off, and sometimes I feel like it's too hands off because again, we're asked to fund these things, and I realize we have a different hat than they do, but I, for one, struggle every year when I'm basically, I won't call it a fait accompli, but basically this is what we're planning to do, this is what we've decided, we need you to pay for it. So I can see how this is, from a staff's perspective, you feel like there's not really anything for you to do here, but from a city council perspective, I feel like there's a lot that I need to be responsible for, so.
To take it out of the realm of being a more or less a KPI, key performance indicator, just say, recognize it for what it is, and that is Charlottesville supports a broad and well-integrated set of educational opportunities, blah, 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 in its support of the Charlottesville public schools, period.
I was going to suggest, I think some of the wording on here is almost too specific. You know, when you start talking about early childhood through, K to 12, because you all don't do that.
Right.
You in this room aren't responsible for that. To your point, it's the school board's responsibility to do that. You are not the direct service providers. You are supporting what they do. And so your role in this is support. I think the question on the table is, we'll talk about the partnerships in a minute, that maybe there is an opportunity to change this language, the definition of success a little bit, because you are not the direct service providers, but that it is an important element of the community and of your responsibility as a governing body who funds.
I think what Michael just said makes sense. By supporting the Charlottesville School Board, I guess, CTE providers, and PBCC. Does that work?
If they're providing financial support. You believe in the mission and vision of public school education for the city of Charlottesville. But as the governing body, you provide financial support. So if you wanted it to be a standalone, could you not say something like Charlottesville provides financial support for the continued something for the public schools? And then it could be a standalone, but it would talk about financial commitment, or would you still think, Sam, that it should be a partnership because you are providing financial support? I'm just asking you and Chrissy.
Yeah, it could be that, but if you're asking my opinion, no.
It would go, in your opinion, under partnerships.
Because when I go into looking at what it is that we would operationalize for a measurement purpose, we would then just list a series of investments.
Okay,
That
and
would
because
be the
it's,
extent of that item.
and because it's an investment, it's a partnership.
No, it's because of the need for the investment
Yes.
and the desire for more influence on the outcome
Okay.
is why I lean to the partnership.
Okay.
Because there's measurable work to be done to make that possible.
I see, okay.
I like what you had. Charlottesville invests in a broader, well-integrated set of educational opportunities by supporting the Charlottesville School Board, CTE providers, and BPCC. I like that. And then I think you could still have under partnerships, you could list those if you wanted to, people are partners.
So let's go to partnerships for a minute. So that was the vice mayor and Michael, I believe. You talked about partnerships. Yours is the city, county, UVA, and other major community partners will meet annually or every 5 years to discuss growth, major projects, etc. Each promises to listen first and then make efforts to address negative impacts.
Yeah, and I guess outside the specific language, the point was the goal being creating more routine processes for these partners to have real meaningful discussions, and that they'll be done in a way that is, you could at least measure what, if any, actions are changing as a result of the conversations, because there's some meetings that happen where no real information is exchanged.
So, and then I heard, Brian, you talk about when the school board comes before the council to ask for funding, wanting to understand more about how that funding is going to have impact toward stated goals. Now, presumably, when you're talking to UVA, you may have some goals, or when you're talking to the county, you may have some goals too. So maybe the question I would offer is, given what you hear, the definition of the concept of partnerships, maybe, is that different from what you're looking for in your relationship with the school board, CTE providers, or PVCC?
I feel like it is. I mean, I think we're kind of, maybe this is to the point of splitting hairs, we just don't need to. One of the things that I, as a person on city council, think about a lot is education. And for me, I need to have that in a bucket that I'm focused on. I completely understand and respect the fact that from an operational point of view, if you're working within the city organization, you're going to see it in different terms. You're going to see it as this is my counterpart, that I'm Kim Powell or whomever. So I don't think we have to get it that tidy. I think there will be partnerships that, would overlap. I mean, we have partnerships for, I don't know, public safety, or like for housing, for example. We've got partnerships with local nonprofits. So I think partnerships, partnering and everything that's involved in working well with others is kind of like its own thing, and we can put different partners in there, if that makes sense. It's the activity of building and maintaining strong partnerships. And I think it's not only the city, the county, and UVA. I think we need to think about the nonprofit sector and all the people who come to the Vibrant Community Fund and the United Way and groups like TomTom or whatever, that people that do things that we don't have the ability to do, they're sort of force multipliers, I guess.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, and it's hard for me to change hats after being on the school board for 16 years, and so I understand what you're saying. I recall a joint session several years ago when I was chaired of the school board, when I heard a similar conversation, I'm making a statement, okay, city council, you guys stay in your lane, and we stand out, because we were starting to get into things that was impacting us as a school board, like what should we do about housing, because we can't attract teachers, and Rosa was like, no, we need to deal with education, and I'm afraid that, as I look at this more, that as we, the dust settles when we're looking at this, it's going to be hard for us to, measure our impact on education. We let Dr. Gurley, the school board, and the teachers determine what's the best widget to use to address that. I don't think that we can get updates, but I don't want to say, well, I read this article about so-and-so, this is what I think you should.
Yeah, I'm not suggesting
I know,
that at all.
yeah.
I'm not suggesting that at all.
So anyway, I don't know where we are with this, as far as, it seemed like we're starting to talk in circles, so I need some direction.
I think Councilman Pinkston's point is he cares deeply about education. And on any strategic plan, he thinks there ought to be a category for education that exemplifies the city's commitment to that area. And how we noodle with that is, and making sure that is accurate, that's what's important. I think we do invest in the Charlottesville School Board. They are responsible for the operations, et cetera. We do invest in some of the career technical education providers, the CTEC, K-Tech is investment is one. But we don't really invest in PVCC, do we?
We have connections to.
Yeah, you have connections to them. So the statement on its own is not exactly accurate, and.
So should you say Charlottesville City Schools versus the school board?
Probably.
Because what you don't want to happen is what Juan is saying. And I appreciate what everyone around the room has said. But you don't want your financial support or your financial commitment to end up micromanaging another unit.
Right.
You give money to police, you give money to fire, you give money to social services, you give money to the schools. Though, I know you give money to other things, but those are big items that you give to. But you don't micromanage any of them.
Mm-hmm.
And you don't want the perception to be that you do.
Yeah, and I'm not at all talking about micromanaging. I'm just talking about basic sorts of accountability and conversations. When the police come to us or the fire department come to us, we very much are overseeing what they're doing. It's not like we're in their weeds, telling them how to run their work, but there's a definite sort of accountability conversation. I appreciate that the school board is its own kind of beast, and that it's I have no desire to be in their lane in terms of like educational attainments or any of those things. But when I learned at one point that 40% of all new revenue goes to the school board, well, that's a policy thing. That's not written in stone anywhere. And I feel like that's a huge amount of money, and for me to have no sort of like conversation with, so for example, one of the things that came up this past budget season that was very helpful to me was when they laid out the percentage of students who don't speak English as their first language. I think it's like 20%. Well, that immediately explained to me, okay, that's one reason why we need to be making these investments.
Mm-hmm.
So, to me, I think for me, I think having it as a separate bucket is important. We could take out the word invests and just says supports a broad and well-integrated set of educational opportunities. And the devil will be in the details of how we flesh that out. I don't know.
I think we accept that and move on. I'm looking at the clock. We've still got a lot of work to do.
the city supports a broad and integrated, well-integrated set of educational opportunities, period.
No, I'd say by supporting
I think we're trying not to use the word support twice in one sentence.
How about simply
Yeah.
with
Yeah.
with, yeah.
Okay,
the city schools, KTEC, EBCC?
right, yeah, okay.
And then we've made some adjustments to the partnerships definition based on some of this conversation. And as much as you would like to obligate everybody to promise to listen first, I'm guessing that you don't have the power to make everybody listen first.
Right.
So what we've written there is Charlottesville creates avenues for meaningful interactions with partners and key stakeholders, such as the county, UVA, and nonprofits, to magnify positive community outcomes.
That's very nice.
It sounded like what you said.
Yeah, that sounds a lot better.
Yeah, that's what he said.
Got that chat GPT going on over there.
It's right here, it's all right here for her. She is
There
ChatGPT.
you go.
Okay, so then the next one is neighborhood identity.
Yeah, so this was us, Charlottesville built upon, so I wanted, Lee and I wanted to have a sense of, the word preservation has got too many sort of connotations to it, or resonances, but the notion of building upon what exists and also towards a future that we want, builds upon and towards a community of neighborhoods. So it's kind of a neighborhood of neighborhoods is what we want in the city, each of which have distinct identities and each of which provide rich opportunities for living, recreating or playing, and commerce. I think it's important to include homeowners, renters, and businesses. I think Michael Payne always reminds us about the fact that is it 60% of the city's renters? Yeah. And most of the conversation we hear, particularly with feedback we get on the zoning ordinances from homeowners, which I can appreciate, but it's important.
I have a couple of thoughts in response to this. The first, just to be utterly nitpicky, is each is a singular noun and therefore would take a singular provides and has. The second thought is that if we're talking about distinct identities of neighborhoods, I just look at Belmont, which has a distinctly different feel now from what it had 30 years ago.
Right.
And if we start thinking about, or if we put the sense of the feel of the neighborhood into this prominent a place, does it begin to feel too much like we're trying to, just to use an example, like we're trying to keep Greenbrier the way it is with large lots and large houses on large lots and none of the riffraff coming in?
I wonder if we just take the entire category out, because in discussing it, I'm struggling to think what would the performance indicators or measurements ever be for neighborhood identity. And it's kind of like class within housing. But I don't know if you're talking about like the gentrification displacement issue, but I don't know.
We're thinking about gentrification, displacement. We didn't want any of the neighborhoods to end up like Vinegar Hill.
Right.
But if you look in the Star Hill neighborhood, how all the buildings on West Main Street, whether they're restaurants or apartments or whatever they are, have impacted that neighborhood. Now, some people say it's a negative impact. Some people say it's a positive impact. And Belmont is different because it has a lot of smaller businesses now than it did before, where it was more residential. So looking at not displacing people, but considering what is there and how it may grow or can grow, but not kick people out, if that makes any sense.
So, yeah, I mean, I'm the one that I think that initially put that down, just kind of, we want to preserve that. It's one of the things that makes Charlottesville special. but I understand how it can be difficult for staff and even us to measure that.
Right.
But I think that some of the things that Michael and I were talking about in the housing was, if we could, we measure like the number of affordable units that we produce and that we lost and home ownership rate. I think that if we did that, that would help us, that would help with the neighborhood identity. So anyway, I'm saying that maybe that could be something that could be under housing,
Right,
because
we
it's,
can clean it up some,
because it's the
yeah.
people, in my mind, in houses that really makes those neighborhoods. It's a few small businesses in there, but it's primarily those homes that people live in. But that's no idea.
So is maintaining that neighborhood identity then part of housing?
Yeah.
Sounds like it.
It could be.
What do you think, Lauren?
I'll just repeat, having been a part of a lot of conversations in the last couple of months where particularly folks in Greenbrier and Rugby Road and so on are talking about preserving a neighborhood identity, it doesn't always have a good feel for me.
Well, maybe we can come up with another word.
I think Lloyd's saying just drop it.
Yeah, that's where Michael was. But this concept, so perhaps we're dropping the negative, but
Well, I think within housing, I'm wrong, but no, but I was hearing like it's like gentrification and displacement is the
Right.
concern specifically for
And
housing.
we were trying to address that under the category of neighborhood identity. However, you could take neighborhood identity away, but talk about how, as a neighborhood, as an area or neighborhood of the city grows and develops, it doesn't displace the people that live there, like Vinegar Hill was displaced. I mean, that's what Brian and I were saying. We don't want that to happen. And it very easily could happen. And it could happen in any place in the city. So we have to be careful.
staff had a comment. Did you have a comment?
I was just wondering how the current zoning rewrite works into preserving neighborhood identity with all of the proposals for new types of buildings within neighborhoods and different types of housing in the various neighborhoods you want to integrate income levels. Does that preserve neighborhood identity? And I don't really equate displacement with identity. So I think there's a lot more to be explored with that.
So what I would suggest at this point is that we take neighborhood identity out for now. We've kind of made a note about these comments around displacement and gentrification that aren't necessarily related to identity under housing, because I think that, what I heard, was part of the core of what you all were trying to get at. So we don't lose that concept and it may get incorporated into housing.
I think that's right.
I think that's right.
I think if we assume that there will be housing choices for resident mobility, then we can assume that neighborhoods will evolve on top of that. And some of the ones we have will change, some of them will completely evolve in different directions, but we can assume that neighborhoods would follow from housing. I guess if you've got the right to housing as a human right, maybe we don't need to say anything here about homeowners versus renters. Maybe that's okay. I guess that's captured, the right to housing.
Jedi. Going from one easy topic to the next, let me say. Justice, equity, diversity, and inclusion. Forget which group.
So, Leah and I, we won't say stumbled.
We were stabbing in the dark.
We struggled.
Persevered.
We struggled on this, but we just came to something we thought was simple and focus on the justice piece, because we felt like the other parts, if we're thinking in terms of justice, The other parts would perhaps follow. Charlottesville seeks justice for all its residents, endeavors or seeks, or whatever word you would use, to see each person in their full humanity and crafts policies to reflect these truths or facts. So, I mean, that's, I don't know how you put a KPI on that. And
I'm looking at Ashley.
I noticed.
How does that land?
It didn't.
I'm unsure how you create a workable KPI under those ideals. If you notice sort of I'm just going to point to the top two. You have to provide, to be, to have. And then you get to kind of fill in some of those deliverables and measurables under that. This one is very big, and it also depends on having a standardized definition of justice, equity, diversity, and inclusion. Because justice for Bob may be very different than justice for Tom, and they can be neighbors, have gone to the same school, had the same opportunities or lack thereof. It can feel very different. And justice also often, if not defined, leans towards the criminal justice system and the equitable work within there, which is important, but not where I think you all were necessarily trying to go with your statement.
How would you modify it?
I would probably need some time to think about that.
Well, if you think that for it to be an outcome area would assume the ability to measure it, then that suggests to me that that really shouldn't be an outcome area.
I wonder about that too.
If there's another place to put it in the scheme of things as an overriding value or something.
I think it would still make sense as an outcome area. We just have to more specifically define it. Because I'm thinking, again, just as an example, or maybe I'm off as well, but like that could be an important outcome area where you have as a measurement looking at like wealth, income gap, homeownership rates changing. I mean, and that connects with housing and other stuff too. But then, I don't know, I can just see there clearly being performance indicators and also performance indicators for within the organization as well, in addition to like various community things. I don't know what they are. But
I hear Jeff Vogel's voice.
Oh, Jesus.
Under justice, this is what came to my mind, how he has dinged us a number of times about reports that African Americans were disproportionately stopped for traffic violations than whites. And something, on the justice of that, well, that shouldn't be the case. That should be examined, and that's something that you can measure. And over time, to get it better. Because if you are, Fogler's presumption is that if it's disproportionately high for one group, then it's something wrong in the system. And if it goes down, then the policies have been adjusted, and we're more attentive there. So you can measure that.
Yeah,
Equitable, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
That's equitable practices, and not necessarily the city seeking justice for its residents. It's actually implementing equitable practices and policies.
So where would we put it?
I'm just
Yeah, I think
the
the
word seeks, or the words seeks justice needs to be more clearly defined on how the city is going about seeking justice, or whether we intend to implement equitable practices and policies.
Okay, so implements equitable practices and policies. Okay, all
To
right.
see each person in their full humanity. Is that what that,
Humanity might not be the word, but you want.
But are you getting closer at something that reflects what you're hoping for and that could have measurable outcomes?
I wonder if we just say Charlottesville implements equitable practices and policies across all of its activities and leave it at that, because then we can look at each specific, we can look at like global kinds of metrics for the city, and then also we can look at specific things that we do and say, okay, is this an equitable, and sort of judge it on a case-by-case basis.
So often, you may incorporate, for example, your commitment to equity, diversity, inclusion, belonging, racial equity, pick your poison, in, say, a vision or a mission statement, because the honest answer is, if we are dedicated to those principles, they must fall under each and every outcome area. You cannot have organizational excellence if you do not do it with a mindset of equity, inclusion, belonging, if that is a dedicated perspective. You cannot have proper climate action. Climate has historically been known as exclusionary. Climate, all of our climate teams here will tell you that, and they're working on that. Transportation, historically exclusionary. Systemic racism and oppression falls under each and every one of those line items. So if the city is still dedicated to whichever combination of those principles, then it falls under absolutely each and every one, and it must be an emphasis in each and every one. But that is a decision point, as my boss would say. It is a decision point as to which one of those principles you all would like to adhere to. It is a principle as to how we would like to define them. And it is a principle and a decision point as to how far you want to go to achieve those items and how broadly your tent, for example, wishes to be.
Ashley, what do you mean by
Decision.
yes, for city council, like give me an example, I just want to make sure I understand where you're coming from.
Sure. So when we think of diversity, equity, inclusion, justice, and belonging, just going to throw all of them out there, equity can be defined differently even within DEIJ professionals. And so in order to be able to properly put those KPIs under, we need a rudder as to how we wish to define them. So for example, when we think of diversity, I will use that one. Do we only think of diversity in the span of racial equity? Or do we think of diversity in the span of neurodiversity, socioeconomic diversity, gender diversity, other diversities, so that when we're thinking of the deliverables, will the people who are working on it be able to achieve them?
Yeah.
Or are we going to accidentally miss the mark because maybe we were only thinking that we need more purple people and we were not thinking that we need more, women or something?
But you said something before that I think that we need, is that we actually need, every outcome area needs to be looked at through the JEDI lens. So it almost needs to be, in my mind, something that we don't have up here, that I think Michael mentioned, that communication person that lets the public know what we're doing, how we're doing. So it's real important that we, maybe it's not an outcome area, but it's part maybe of that vision or overall kind of commitment of creed, if you will, that is who we are and what we strive for. Because I understand that it's, because I don't want to get into defining what.
Maybe you're right. Maybe it should be an overarching principle that is embedded in everything we do in some shape, form, or fashion.
At a supervisor once said, equity is everywhere and so is Ashley. That can be a principle that you choose to adopt or not. That was that one particular person. But I would share that from a DEIJ professional standpoint, I do encourage you to state it and write it, because that shows people who are looking, who are saying, as you said, Councilmember Puryear, I'm trying to figure out where I want to move. If it's not somewhere that I can find it, even if you're dedicated to it, it doesn't exist, if that makes sense.
And that's something your communications director will communicate, but it'll also be in all of your, your things.
So, and I think it goes beyond just what I've heard you all say throughout the last day and a half. It's not just about the words, it's about the practices. So you can plaster it all over this room, but if you aren't living it and actually doing it, then it's not worth the ink that you used. And so one of the things I think, to get back to the idea of an outcome area, we've seen some organizations that we work with, some communities, and we can think of another college community that has struggled with this issue. And instead of making diversity, equity, inclusion, and justice a specific standalone outcome area, it's a commitment. It's part of, it kind of lives up there. It's not part of the vision statement per se, but it lives up there as a commitment that the organization, the community makes to how it goes about all of its practices. And it kind of becomes that lens through which all of those activities are viewed. And it has a prominent place in your strategic plan. Not to say that all these aren't prominent, but it's not just one of the 8. It is an umbrella, almost an umbrella value or an umbrella lens that you use.
But how is that reflected in the strategic plan? Is there a separate statement at the beginning and making clear that diversity, equity, and inclusion is a, as you say, lens or filter through which, all actions will be evaluated?
So I've seen, and professionals, please correct me, I've seen equity statements at the beginning of a printed strategic plan document, as well as them being listed as part of the objectives for, I call it a BHAG, your big, hairy, audacious goals. So you've got we want government excellence, and then objective 1 is embedding equity throughout the government. So it is measurable, it is findable, and it is also, for lack of a better word, recallable, so that if you do this work, it also takes investment. And that is also the city saying, this is important to us and we will invest in this work and in achieving this not only externally, but also internally. Because I've noticed in a lot of other localities I've looked at that have incorporated it, it's very prominent internally, because if not, you're sending out people who may be doing harm, and you're not fostering in people to come and join.
So the one piece of this that I think deserves naming here, though, is you haven't defined it yet. You're saying you want it, but you haven't defined it yet. So we can help you with the structural, where does it go in your strategic plan, but to your point, you haven't defined what equity means. You have some general ideas about that, I think, but I haven't heard a unanimous consensus around what that definition is. We're not going to do that here today, but I think that's an important piece of the conversation.
It was like a whole workplace section.
Yeah, I was just going to add too, I think it's somewhat subjective. So when you talk about outcomes, to provide a well-trained staff, there are measures that you can do about that. But what does just as we have not defined it in this room today, the word equity means something very different to everybody. And so it would be hard to come up with outcomes that people can look at and say, oh yeah, they're doing that. I think it's much better as a preface or an idea that we live by and is in part of everything, more so than a specific set of measures.
But once it's defined, it is measurable. So I can provide actual data-driven responses to how we're implementing diversity, equity, inclusion, justice, belonging. I'm just going to keep saying all of them until we pick. But there are actual strategies and metrics that you can put in to say that we are moving the ball forward and living that.
And I would, I guess we won't get into it now, but in my mind, it's kind of like there's an internal component within the organization, and there's an external component of policy that are very different and separate and like their own thing. And then, in my mind, equity would have to include actual public policies that make some material difference in people's lives, and like that is definitely measurable, but that doesn't really provide a whole lot of clarity.
But that would be like, one could say that within public safety, this is what, if we're committed to those things that are at the top right-hand corner,
Yeah, or like, I would think like,
within public safety, this is what that would mean.
yeah, like, I mean, like, there are, like, some definitions of equity, but, like, one of, like, the biggest, just, like, a theoretical example of equity is, like, if you looked at mapping of investment, overall infrastructure investment in each neighborhood, and you saw the disparities there, and then you change that, like, that would be, like, one of the most important equity policies, and getting on that material reality more than just conversation.
And for data, I would base that into social determinants of health, because your investments in infrastructure can fall under that, so I can give you not only data as to why it's important, but documented percentage increases, for example, for you all to hang your hat on.
Right, and in my mind, that's just a specific example, but in my mind, that is the most impactful thing. As council, we could kind of incorporate that into everything. But
I wonder if it's time to move to the next one.
Public safety.
All right, so what we did is we moved it to the top. It's not lost. And in fact, it has a more prominent place, but the wording will still need to be defined in size, but
Okay.
I don't want to lose it. So the next one on our list is economic prosperity. I'm still looking for an easy one. I can't find an easy one in this list. Who did economic prosperity? Economic development will be the engine that drives prosperity in the city. Charlottesville will intentionally provide and create strategies for all of its citizens to benefit from our economic prosperity.
How about economic development is?
yeah. Yeah, I guess what we were, again, beyond the specific wording, what we were trying to get at is economic development, economic growth is important, but we have to be intentional and explicit about creating strategies for everyone to benefit from the economic growth, because we could have a great downtown corner GDP, and who owns those businesses, or the people who work there getting paid, and the two aren't necessarily the same.
Is there a reason why we're saying provide and create as opposed to simply one or the other? Is there something being said there that I'm not getting?
I don't think so.
I had that same kind of reaction. Seems like it could be one or the other.
Yeah. I think we're just right now, so what's it?
You understand?
But,
Okay. To provide,
and/or. I mean, you could provide, but then again, I might want to create my own. Does that mean that you're not going to be intentional about my economic prosperity as a business?
So it definitely can be both. Like I'm thinking of, you know, when we had the GO program, that was a program that the city of Charlottesville, you know, had or have, and we provided the training for it, but also could support things like the New Hood Development, where it's providing and helping a nonprofit or another organization in the community to help us achieve that goal. So we're providing and creating, or it could be supporting, or, you know.
Development support is.
I think if you understand what we're coming at, we don't have to, you know.
Personally, I would just leave it at will flow to all residents, period, and the next sentence, I think, is essentially redundant. Unless what's important is that we recognize that Charlottesville, as government, will
At least,
be acting.
at least what I was thinking, I think the second sentence is important, because I think it's just very easy to have the default be economic development grows, and that's great when it'll trickle down. That's, but yeah.
I see why we wrote that.
Okay.
Intentionally develop and support strategies for all of its citizens. Yeah.
Benefits of which will flow to all residents
Yeah, exactly.
due to the intentional something or other.
Yeah, how do we feel about Charlottesville's intentional economic development as the engine that drives?
There you go.
It'll
We
just
like
put a
that.
period after prosperity of the city, and then delete the last part of that, and then incorporate the next sentence, would seem to me to get where we want to get to.
When I look at economic prosperity, I'm thinking individually, so I don't automatically go to economic development when I hear the term economic prosperity. I thought an earlier conversation mentioned education as that avenue for building or for getting to economic prosperity.
Was, then they decided to keep it as a separate category.
I kind of think saying, starting out with economic development for that statement limits what that statement could mean, what economic prosperity can encompass.
Does the second sentence
Yes.
move up to be the first?
Yes.
Because this is really about the city is going to develop those strategies that help support economic prosperity through the benefits of economic development. You know, what's your
Yeah.
subject here? Is your
There
subject
you go.
economic development, or is your subject economic prosperity? Which one do you want to come into it?
You want to come in prosperity?
Yeah, I think that first sentence actually could
Yeah.
be moved up to the first one.
Yep.
To support economic prosperity for all residents or something in that, that kind of gets to the individual prosperity as opposed to.
Yeah, that's great.
So,
I think the word intentionally is unnecessary, where it says Charlottesville will.
Now we can take intentional out.
Charlottesville will develop. Okay.
Or Charlottesville develops. We'll make it all green.
Yeah, because we will make it all words.
Okay.
Did you completely lose the other sentence?
Yep.
I put it in the notes.
Well, as
Try
an
not to
economic
lose it.
developer, I would advocate for adding it back.
Yeah, I do think there is
We
a
know
part of
that.
that that needs to come back, because what I heard that is important is that you can't create economic prosperity for individuals without acknowledging that economic development is what drives that engine for the city. That's what I heard. And so it needs to come back in some way in here to show that you all still have a commitment to economic development, because you can't do the individual prosperity without a commitment to economic development. I generally think
Yes, thank you.
All right, so put it in there and highlight it, I guess, until we can figure out how to get forward with that.
While she does that, she could do that while we move on to public safety.
Yeah, I think this is kind of similar to the other one, maybe the second sentence can be the first, is that I think just generally we need to define, what community policing is, but that has to be a real, true dialogue with the residents and police department, to determine what that is. And it's dynamic, it changes, so that's why I believe it is. And biannual, there's nothing magic about that, but it seems like annually seems too frequent, and maybe every 2 years might be too. But we felt that we need to put a number in there so that if we just said frequently, it could be. We've been around a long time, like every 100 years, it could be frequent, So anyway.
And that's part of that measurement piece that isn't intended to be in these statements.
Right.
We'll make sure we capture that. But I want to make sure that we capture what the definition is for public safety here. I hear it is, and I'm interested in you all talk about community policing, which has a very specific definition, And I'm not sure that's what you all are actually after. Just as a question. I'm looking to staff for that.
The first part, the first sentence is more visionary of where we would like to be, and that is every citizen treated with respect and dignity by the police. The second is a how-to. Community policing is the mechanism through which we will do it. Assure that. And does it need to be added to that system? I mean, that statement? I'm agnostic about it.
I worry
think-
if at that, I worry, I will just say, that limits you. That there may be other ways, if your intent is to rebuild trust. Community policing is a model that's used throughout the country in public safety. And I don't know that that's going to get you where you all are talking about in terms of reestablishing the relationship and reestablishing trust that was lost. So that's just...
The question is, what does treating every citizen with respect and dignity look like? You know, what's the policies, the procedures that we infuse in the police department to make sure that happens?
I don't know what the words would be, but some of the performance metrics we discussed were like, it could be like monitoring excessive use of force, investigating detentions. I don't know what words
Yeah,
that.
but it's measurable.
Misty had a comment.
I just had a curiosity around how the definition of public safety, because in recent conversations that we've had, public safety means a lot of different things that include like even infrastructure like lighting and having youth development programs and having gun violence reduction programs and fire department, rescue squad, so like public safety, DSS, making sure that there's a robust CPS and APS process. There's a lot that goes into public safety, and I was curious, do you need to highlight just specifically police relations? Or are you talking about public safety and police relations as a sub-bullet of the broader public safety or community safety goal?
Yeah,
The
well,
sub-bullets could also be youth development, workforce. It could be, a lot of different DSS programs.
Public health.
yeah.
So there's a lot more bullets but your intention may be specifically to focus on police relations. I just think there's an opportunity to involve more departments in the city.
But our community survey pointed out that 70% of residents did not feel comfortable with public safety and police. And so I think in this strategic plan, we have to call out public safety specifically and what our commitment is. All of the other that Misty points out, I acknowledge, but those are sub-strategies to how we achieve that overall arching goal of people feeling like they're treated with respect and dignity by our police department.
For our discussion, our bullet point, I think, was literally police, and then it became public safety.
Yeah.
But I am, personally, I am fine with it being public safety and that being more expansive, because I think that does capture police, and like you said, I think it is true that public safety is something that is bigger and more impactful than just police, which is just a component of it. I would say individually, I may even prefer public safety with a broader definition as an outcome area, just because it's better capturing, I think, the community's concerns. Like similar to us, I mean, I talk to people who their initial concern is about like crime, and the first thing that comes up to mind might be police, but then they're talking about youth programs, neighborhood investments, everything else.
So how would you change that?
The sentence, not that we're keeping the title the same, that's public safety. Are there changes that we need to make to the sentence? Because it speaks specifically to police.
Charlottesville, what does the first clause add other than
I think it's going to totally redo the
So,
sentence.
yeah, I mean, we talked about, one of the reasons that I added that in is because, I mean, the view of police, I think, in this community really varies. And I think that, generally speaking, everyone wants to be safe, and the police plays a big role in that. But then, if you're a certain age group, you know, just generally speaking, the people that I interact with, 18 to 30 years old, black male, and that was about how old I was when I got pulled over by the police department, that they feel like the police are not there for their safety.
Sure.
And so that, and all the things that Mr. said is very important. I've been a big proponent, particularly of youth. And so that's part, all of those things are really important part of the public safety, but I think at least for this strategic plan, we should point out with the police, because of the recent history, we're in that process now, rebuilding that trust. And so so all those things are important, but I think we do need to set aside, you know, a statement or something about the police.
Could you not have a statement about the police as a bullet under public safety, if you're saying public safety, realizing that public safety is paramount for all, period. And then somewhere with a little bullet, specifically zero in on the police. It's not negating the other things, but it would say that there are other things, but right now this may be a primary focus or a very important focus, but not to take away from.
Like one particular emphasis that we're missing here, if this is the way we put it out, we would get howls from significant portions of the community to say that we need to put in a statement that talks about the mental health response to police, what is now a police call.
Right.
And in fact, even the police chief would embrace that wholeheartedly and has embraced that wholeheartedly. I'm not quite sure what the right language is, but I don't think we want to have a situation that seems to suggest that everything that is now a police response will always be a police response.
Correct, and that's why I was saying, to your point, Lloyd, if you talk about public safety as paramount for all, period, then you have a little bullet as it relates to the police and mental health workers with the police department or whatever, it means that you're not detracting from the other public safety entities, but right now there's some things going on in one of those entities that needs attention. So you're not negating everything else.
You want
Because
to
I
say?
have a suggestion, you could have your very first objective be something along the lines of providing community policing services and the rest of words here. So
Yeah.
as soon as people see your public safety larger goal, your first objective is
Could be
police. And then you
police.
can have some of the other ones, as Mr.
Yes.
Payne was talking about, in
Right.
importance to the constituents he speaks to, objective 2, objective 3.
Right.
Can fall in to show people that this is our top one, but it's not our only one,
Right.
as Mayor was saying, with mental health.
Because you could have the same issue with EMTs, not wanting to treat certain individuals, the homeless, or marginalized communities, or when I have to go to this neighborhood, I know it's going to be A, B, C, or D. Yeah. But yes, with your objective points, Ashley, you could talk about police, mental health, EMT, or wherever we might be having problems, because I've noticed sometimes when EMTs are called, how they respond to the homeless. It's different than if they go somewhere else.
I'm envisioning, based on this conversation, some kind of mashup of that first sentence and the bullet underneath about Charlottesville provides comprehensive, trusted public safety services that treat, you're doing it as I'm speaking, it's like amazing. That treats everyone with dignity and respect, or something in that manner. I hear the importance, and I don't want to lose sight of a couple of things. One is the acute issue that you have right now with building trust between the community and the police. And then there are a more broad range of public safety services that are important in this community that you all provide. So we can work on some language that reflects that. So the last area, we've talked about this one already to a certain extent, so I'm not sure if there's other comments that you all have about this one that you want to make adjustments to. Charlottesville will define the right to housing as a human right and ensure that it be provided for all. There will be housing choices for resident mobility.
There's nothing in there, and I don't know where you put it, maybe it's a bullet, but there's nothing in there about decent housing. I mean, you can provide housing, but, I'm being serious, you know. When you get down to basic needs, you could have a place, but it may not be decent. I mean, I don't know if decent is the word, or livable, but something that makes you think you're not in something that's going to collapse tomorrow.
Yeah, Leah, I don't think you were on council, but when we first, at least Brian and I, when we first got on council, we heard from someone, I think, lived over in Carlton.
Yeah.
The mobile home was in pretty bad shape, and anyway, so yeah, they were living there, but it didn't seem like they were.
Yeah, they were living there, but they really shouldn't have been living there, so to speak, yeah. So that's what I'm concerned about.
I think that's totally in line with what we were intending.
Yeah.
And we had it down as a human right because we realized if we can put that on paper, then it will happen.
Is council ensuring that housing is provided for all, or are they ensuring that there's an opportunity for everyone to have housing?
Yes, Mr. Housing Authority.
I mean, my thought is aspirational, and it would be to provide housing for everybody. I mean, I guess technically we would want it if someone was just like, I don't want to be housed.
I know a lot of people that.
Yeah, at least, so an opportunity is probably more accurate.
Provided for all.
What did you say, Ms. Thomas?
Provided, to ensure that it is provided for all of them.
Oh, who is all?
All who want it, is that what you mean? Is that part of the opportunity, or?
It doesn't seem like that thought is
Thought out.
complete. Or that the city should be providing housing for all.
All residents, I don't know. And then somewhat,
All in need. Or- There may be people who, just say employees who may live outside of the city, but they would live in the city if they could afford it. Are you providing housing for them? I think it just needs to be more clearly defined.
Yeah, I hope we're not saying we are going to provide housing for everyone. I think what we're trying to say is we're going to do everything we can to create an environment, an ecosystem, whatever you want to call it, where everyone has the opportunity to get housing through policies and procedures and the zoning ordinance.
yeah, I mean, whatever the specific wording is, it's just having that aspirational idea of viewing housing more as a human right than just like a commodity. And having with the mobility, I think that you're creating a housing ecosystem where people have the opportunity, if they want to move into a different type of house, enter home ownership, that kind of thing.
But what about, as Ms. Thomas said, employees that would like to live in the city, but cannot afford to live in the city, even with all that we're doing to improve compensation?
In my mind, that would be a part of it, of providing housing for everyone.
So we would think about doing something like they do in other major metropolitan areas, that there are places where city employees, whether they're firefighters, police, teachers, or whomever, people that work for the city, can have an opportunity to live in particular units that have been designated for them at a rate that's affordable. It may not be the market rate, and it may not mean you're a Section 8 person. It may just mean because I'm the assistant to the city manager and I want to live in the city of Charlottesville, I can live at this residence at a rate that, based on my salary and all of the other things that go into it, I can live there and I don't have to drive 45 minutes to work every day.
Yeah,
Am I making any
I
sense?
don't know that I'm committed to that. I think I'm committed to this aspirational goal here, and working to, maybe that might be one thing we decide to do, but I wouldn't want to put anything that specific in this.
Oh, I wasn't saying that they would go in there, but I'm saying this is something that I think
Strategy.
needs, I think it's a strategy, and I think it's something that we need to think about.
Sure.
Just like Ms. Robinson said, there are some homeless people that don't want, they want to be where they are.
Yeah.
And you can't drag them in and make them do something that they don't want to do. But on the flip side of the other coin, there are another group of people that should be afforded an opportunity to live here as well.
Similar to climate, should maybe there's a reference to like implementation of the affordable housing plan? Because we did that with the climate action plan.
Sure.
You could do that.
Good idea.
You could do that.
For the what?
Implementation of the housing.
Affordable housing.
Affordable housing.
I would say those plans you should capitalize, because they're, like the climate plan is a
Yeah.
document.
Just a document that has been approved, adopted.
So, maybe it's in there, it's in the housing, affordable housing plan, is it housing listed as a human right?
I don't know.
You have a bit of a mix, sir, because you all have approved the Office of Human Rights to become a FAPT, a Fair Housing, a site under HUD, then to some extent, yes, you all have declared access to housing to be part of your human rights work. It is not expressly listed under the Virginia Human Rights Ordinance where the city adopted that exact same piece of legislation. But your FAPT work has incorporated that. And just sort of post-it note for you all, does this clause, while we have talked about there are some homeless individuals who do not wish to be housed perhaps, or are not ready more so to be housed, is usually the case, does this include work for individuals who are currently unhoused?
I think absolutely, and that's what the housing as a human rights framework includes. It includes that, it includes the workforce who can't afford the city, like every single level, all being part of like the housing ecosystem, at least in my mind.
Okay.
So, services for the unhoused would be a sub-bullet under housing.
Yes.
I think so, and I mean, there's a lot to it, but I mean, you have a lot of, again, there are some exceptions, but a best practice is housing first, like, so. Yes, decent, high-quality housing.
Livable housing, yes, okay. I can use any word.
Because decent,
Yeah, no, because decent, no, decent.
livable, I can
Yes,
get.
I can
Luxury.
get, I can get, well now, yes, I can get behind livable. I don't want the situation that Juan spoke of, because I know people that don't live in the city, who would like to live in the city, but they can't afford to. And some of those facilities are not livable, and I don't want that for them.
I'm sure you want
No, I don't want that.
Okay, you all have done a lot of work to begin to put this framework together. So in terms of next steps, and I mentioned this yesterday, that we were just beginning to pull all this together. And I know you're tired at the end of this. It's only 2 o'clock, and it probably feels like you've been here for 4 days in this room, because there's a lot of brain power that goes into doing this. This is a really, really important exercise to begin to get all of your collective thoughts in one place about the future of this community. So in terms of next steps, what's going to happen is we're going to take everything that was talked about over these 2 days, do a little bit of wordsmithing. We're going to call the mayor because he loves the wordsmithing and he wants to come do it with us. He'll get his crack at it, I promise. We're going to put all this information together. All of the captures that Julie has done throughout will also be incorporated into what we pull together. And then we're going to spend a little bit more time with staff, with the leadership team, to do a little bit further fleshing out based on the conversations that you all have had. And then we will come back to you so that you will have something on paper, taking all of these ideas and incorporating some of staff's ideas as well too, and putting a more meat on the bones, if you will, and bringing this strategic plan back to you to again review and to finalize. Part of what staff will do will also begin to define those objectives. You kind of started talking about them in some of these areas, as well as potential KPIs or metrics, so that you will know whether or not the activities that are taking place in the organization and the community are truly moving the needle in the direction that you intended to go. So as we close out our time together, I do want to get everybody's voice in the room one last time. And I'm going to ask you to share three, it's been a long day, I didn't know, 3 words. Just 3 words to describe how you're feeling about this process, or any key takeaways that you have from these last 2 days. And again, Mayor, I always give you the option of going first or last.
I think I'll defer this time while I think about it.
And staff gets to go out too. Anyone want to 3 words?
Yeah, I would say informative, I'm encouraged, and tired, but that doesn't count. Yeah. No, and optimistic.
Michael,
I think I'm going to fail 3 words, but optimistic, but clarification to come in these next steps. I think we clarified like big picture, but a lot of specifics still to go.
Still need to think.
I would just echo what the 2 of them just said, optimistic, but knowing there's still a fair amount of work left to do.
My 3 words are insightful, reflective, and cautiously optimistic.
She hyphenated, so it was good.
Yep, it was a hyphenated word.
She's a teacher.
I wrote it down, I practiced, I made sure I was right.
Mayor?
I'm gonna cheat. My 3 words are a good start.
That's not cheating at all.
You cheated.
Mr. Manager?
I would say that hard, insightful work.
I'm going to go to the back since I started with Sam last time.
Optimistic, tired,
I would say insightful, motivated, and tired.
I say implementation, workability, and buy-in.
I like your 3.
Mine is work in progress.
I had optimistic, positive, and eager.
I had processing and thought-provoking and progress.
Eager was one of mine, curious, and complex.
Thought-provoking, curious, and contemplative.
More to come.
On that note, thank you all very much. It's been a pleasure working with you. We'll see you again soon, and you all have a great rest of your weekend.
Thank you. Thank all of you for your time this weekend, and we look forward to the work ahead.
You should have seen our last strategic plan retreat.
Is that one that Jefferson Davis?
Oh, yes.
No,
We're adjourned.
Before we went to council, there's one where they couldn't even.
Roger.